photocopying?
No.
Good. So you cannot testify that it's a photocopy. Mr. Speaker, I led my remaining minutes to Mr. Maranya to do the remainder of our cross-examination.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just before I begin, Honorable Speaker, I must admit that the witness is my classmate. Nevertheless, I'll proceed to do the cross-examination. Mr. Munene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please confirm to this House that you're not in charge of County Public Service Board.
County Public Service Board is an autonomous body at the county government.
Very good. It's an autonomous body in the county government.
Yes, established under the County Government Act.
Meaning it's an independent government, or arm of a government. Sorry, independent organ of a government, county government.
Yes.
Please confirm that matters employment falls within the realm of the County Public Service Board. Matters employment in the county government of MERU.
Matters recruitment. Matters employment fall both in terms of employees under the public service and also the County Public Service Board when it comes to recruitment.
Well, please confirm again that there's a specific spokesperson of the County Public Service Board other than yourself.
The County Public Service Board has established it as a secretary who is also the CEO
of the board. CEO and the spokesperson of the board.
The Act does not say that he's a spokesperson, but I know he's a secretary and the CEO.
In other words, can you speak on behalf of the board?
No.
No. You have made an allegation that the payment of one Dr. Toiti, Kenneth Kimathi, Paul Moaki was done in accordance with the court order. Is that so? You still making the same argument?
Yes, I do.
I want to refer you to the letters that sent the stated persons on compulsory leave. Are you there?
Which page are you referring to?
This page 336 of the County Assembly, Volume 2. Are you there? Kindly mindful of time.
Yes, I am.
Please read the second sentence, beginning with while on compulsory leave.
While on compulsory leave,
yes,
you will be entitled to your full salary.
Yes.
And other benefits that go with your contract.
Very well.
Yes.
That means this letter is dated when?
6th of September 2022.
6th of September 2022. Written by who? Is it the county secretary?
It is signed by Rufus Meriti.
What is the designation of that particular person?
Used to be a county secretary and head of public service.
While on compulsory leave, you'll be entitled to your full salary and other benefit that goes with your contract. That's so? Please confirm that the court order dated 7th of October 2022 did not order the county government to pay salaries. Please confirm that particular court order. You can refer to it in the court order of 7th of October 2022.
It's on which page?
Page 418. Sorry, 416, sorry, my apologies. Does it make reference to salaries?
For which volume?
It can be shown by my colleague. Page 416 of the governance board. sorry, on the county assembly bado. Does it speak of, does it order the county secretary as well as the county governor to pay the petitioners their salaries? Please, mindful of time.
Okay, the order issues conservatory orders.
Does it order you to pay, does it order the governor to pay salaries as well as salaries? Does it speak of a salary in that? The order number one. It is
Yes, the interpretation of that order
specifically
indicates that salaries should be paid.
Where specifically?
By restraining the respondents, whether by themselves, their offices, or their servants or agents whatsoever, from implementing the impugned decisions contained in the letters.
Where does the letter that we've read is so express on payment of salaries? This particular one, does it speak of salaries payment?
This particular order freezes the letter on compulsory leave.
Does not talk on salaries. It is a factual.
No, a subsequent one talks on salary.
No, not this one. We are going to the
Not this one that you're talking about.
This one does not order you to pay the salaries.
No, but there is a subsequent one in the same matter, which you appear for the petitioners.
Do you still want to maintain that you are verment that you are ordered by the court to pay salaries?
Yes, I still maintain that.
In accordance to?
In accordance to the court order.
Court order dated?
Let me take you there.
Court order dated? Kindly, mindful of time again.
Yes. The court order dated.
I'm only interested with the date. Dated when?
You're interested with the payment of salaries.
No, what is the date of that court order? What is the date of that court order?
19th October 2023.
19th October 2023, a year later. Confirm it's a year later. The other one is dated 7th of October 2022. That is a court order that came a year later. True
That wants to confirm whether they are being paid their salaries.
Yes, please confirm whether it's a year later. I want to refer you to page number 34 of the County Assembly Bado, volume 2. Pages 34, sorry. It's a copy of the payslip. Are you there?
Page
34 of our Bado.
Yes.
The payslip is dated March 2023.
Yes, it's for the salary of 2023 March.
March.
Yes.
Very well. Now I want you to.
The final question. The very final, Honourable Speaker.
Whose responsibility is it to employ on acting capacities?
Sorry?
Whose responsibility is it to employ on acting capacities? Is it the County Public Service Board?
No, the County Public Service Board does not have that responsibility to employ on acting capacity.
Yes. Who has that responsibility?
The County Public Service Board can only employ in acting capacity where it has the responsibilities of employing those other, filling that position in substantive.
I am asking a simple question. Matters employment whether in acting or substantive capacity. Whose responsibility is that? In other words, I can refer you to section 59(1)(b) of the County Government Act.
I know section 64 also explains further that a public officer can employ in acting capacity, deployment, or designation.
Honourable Speaker, could I have just 2 minutes to wind up? My apologies. Just 2 minutes. I don't want to act outside the timelines. If I could have just.
Okay, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Very well. Thank you. I want to refer you to your letter, signed by yourself on page 347 of your Bado. Of your index. (347), quickly, please. dated 9th of March 2023.
Yes, I am there.
Page 347.
Yes, I am there.
Who is that individual that you are appointing to act in an active capacity as Director of External Partnership?
I am deploying.
You are deploying.
Yes.
To act from where to where?
I'm deploying
From?
to the Directorate of External Partnership. Still within the...
From where to where?
Not from where to where, because it's still within that
It's
department.
very clear, from Office Administrator, Office of the Deputy Governor, to Directorate of External
Partnership Affairs.
Is that true?
Yes.
Did you have the powers to do that in accordance to Section 59 1B of the County Public Service Board?
In accordance to Section 64, I hand the powers to.
When you are doing this particular responsibility,
Yes.
were you not acting under the directions of the governor?
I was acting as the acting county secretary and end of public service when we did not have that, when that position had not been filled.
You are deploying this person specifically to the office of the governor. True or not true?
That person was still in the office of the governor as an administrator to the deputy governor.
I'll make reference to one Edwin Murangeri, Kenneth Mweti Riongo, Gitobu Kanata, who are acting chief officers. Were these particular persons chief officers of substantive departments before they were deployed to act in those respective capacities?
Which one, sir?
I will refer you to pages 295 of volume 2. Are you there?
The county assembly's document?
Yes, page 295.
Yes, I am.
Please read item number 6 on Elijah Kimathi Ntojera. Just after the word food security, read the next.
To move from the Department of Trade, Tourism and Cooperatives to Department of Agriculture and Food Security as the acting chief officer.
As acting chief officer.
Yes.
Please also read number 3, Kobia Faith Kadure.
To move to Department of Economic Planning and ICT to perform the functions.
Now, very last, in acting capacity again. Very last, read number 12, Kenneth Mweti Riongo. Very last.
To move from Department of Legal Affairs, Public Service Management and Administration to Department of Trade and Cooperatives to perform the functions of the chief officer trained.
In number 12, is there a reference to in acting capacity? Number 12, that Kenneth Mweti Riongo.
No, because it's a deployment.
Is there a reference to acting capacity?
There is no, because it's a deployment.
There is no, I take that.
Yes.
Did this particular person go through the...
Council, your time is up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Council for Governor, would you wish to re-examine?
Mr. Speaker,
Council,
sir,
how much time?
I will take 5 minutes or less.
Good.
Now, I have a few questions for you, Mr. Dickson Munene. And one of the questions is about
your status in the county government. You have told this House in cross-examination that you were the county secretary or acting county secretary, or that you were holding on to more than one docket. Can you explain
that in detail and the circumstances under which that happened?
Okay. When on 30th September of 2022, the governor nominated myself together with 9 others for appointment as CECs. And the list was forwarded to the assembly. Only 3 of us were approved. And on 2nd of November 2022, when we assumed office as a CCM, Legal Affairs and Public Service Management and Administration, it effectively meant that the term of the other CCs had lapsed. And then the government to reorganize the executive in such a way that they had to own some position in acting capacity. When we came here for the impeachment motion last year on December, there's an issue that arose that the position of the county secretary had not been properly filled. And the governor, there was a recommendation that the position of the county secretary should be properly filled. That is through advertisement and recruitment and approval by the assembly, the county assembly. So the process began, and thereafter I was given the position to act as the acting county secretary and head of public service, while still owning my substantive position of the CCM, Legal Affairs and Public Service Management.
Okay, so it's that context that you have given this testimony?
Yes, it is.
Now, who are said to have embezzled funds from the county? Are they county officials or other citizens?
Sorry?
Who are said to have embezzled the funds? Who are claimed to have embezzled funds? In terms of designation, or is it correct to say that these are public officials who are attached to the county? Is that correct? That's allegation.
Yes.
And these are under your docket, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So that it is in that capacity that you are giving your testimony today?
Yes, because these are officers that are under public service.
My good friend, Mr. Thiankolu, made reference to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act and the issues of incurring expenditure prior. What is your explanation about that?
Okay, thank you. I'm referring to it.
Or
referred
put
to
it more directly,
yes.
Is it unlawful for a prepayment to be made? That is the submission.
It is not unlawful for a prepayment to be made,
yes,
because the regulations that he referred to, if you go to Regulation 91 of the Public Finance Management Regulations of 2015, Regulation 91, Regulation 1 states that for the purposes of this subpart, an interest is a form of cash advance, which is a prepayment, or a float which the accounting officer may authorize to be issued to officers who, in the course of duty, are required to make payments which cannot conveniently be made through the cash office of a government entity or bank account. So this is where prepayments comes in.
Okay, so that is a legal basis for prepayments.
Yes.
Who is the accounting officer or the AIE holder in the office of the governor?
I indicated there is a chief officer. Initially, there used to be a chief of staff.
Are there mechanisms of accountability in respect to those
to those holders, those office holders?
Yes, there are.
Is there a distinction between
IFMIS and imprest?
Yes, there is.
Just in brief summary, so that we, to the best of your understanding.
The interest is those prepayments and advances.
Yes.
IFMIS, it's actually a generated document from the IFMIS, which indicates the payments that have been made.
Indicates a payment that has been made?
Yes.
Okay. There was reference to payments that were made during the tenure of Governor Kiraitu, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi.
Yes.
Can you confirm, if it's true or not, that those payments were made actually on the same debt? Is that something you're able to confirm?
Yes, I can confirm.
Is that the position?
It is the position.
So that the fact that a payment is made on a single day doesn't mean that that becomes an impeachable offense.
Yeah, and actually, and indicated the reasons why these payments are made on a single day is because at times the county can take 2 months or so, 3 months before the funds are released to the county. During this period, officers are sent to places. During this period, activities are going on. The county is still running. But on the basis that when these funds land to the county the account, then those people who have incurred expenses, they are going to claim those expenses, and the expenses might be paid in a day, even 5 of them, when the money is available.
So that is not irregular?
Yes, it is very regular.
Okay, we will, there was an issue I wanted to clarify about the court order. I saw the stay order, what you meant, what you understood by the stay order and what it meant.
Yes, what I meant is that after these particular officers were given letters, were sent on compulsory leave, the court order froze that letter, those letters sending them on compulsory leave, meaning that they are entitled to their benefits and salaries as a consequence of that court order.
Okay. We can then answer the last question, which was very difficult, with its simple answer. Mr. Mudomi asked you about a worksheet, and he put you to task whether it was a photocopy or not. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Was that document the original?
It was not the original.
So it must have been a copy.
It must have been a copy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, we will have 10 minutes for questions and clarifications, starting with Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question will go to the Council for the Governor. And let me start by saying that Article 195 of the Constitution is very clear in regards to the powers of the County Assembly in regards to being able to summon for any person to appear for purposes of giving evidence or information, and Part B of that compels for the production of documents. On Volume 2, page 31 and page 32, we have letters that the CEC had been requested to be able to issue audited reports for financial year 22-23, knowing very well we are currently in financial year 23-24. And apparently, the response to the letter indicated that still, the Auditor General was in the process of auditing the financial statements, which forms part of the response that they had requested. And yet, we have already closed financial year 22 and 23. So I would like a clarification as to why the CEC Finance was not in a position to be able to submit the audited reports as required as per the PFM Act. And on the same, PFM Act Article 91 states very clearly that the County Assembly should be able to set the capping for the interest amount. Did the Assembly have the opportunity to be able to cap the amount of interest that is supposed to be used as required? Because we've seen 78 million interest, but what we have in the records as per what has been tabled is amounting to a lesser amount. So we'd want to know the levels of the amounts of the interest. And finally, because I don't think I'll get maybe another opportunity, I would be very curious to know, Mr. Speaker, finally, if today, which is a very key day for this decision for the MERU County, knowing that this is the second impeachment process, Madam Governor, being the second one, you realize that all the MCAs in the first round agreed to your impeachment. The second round, the same MCAs agreed to your impeachment. Madam Governor, knowing very well that the County Assembly are responsible for passing your budgets, how do you then plan, if you go back to the same county, how will you ensure that these same MCAs who still impeached you for the second time are still going to ensure that they pass your budget so that you can continue with the developments required in MERU, and you're going to offer the MERU people the services, quality services that they deserve? Those are my simple questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Council.
I didn't get that question, but there are some questions to the witness. Perhaps he can start with those.
Okay, thank you. Probably the question that was posed to me is on why the CEC finance. What response the CEC finance gave to the county assembly when requested to submit the IFMIS, an extract of the IFMIS, as per the letter dated 9th October 2023. And the response that the CCM Finance gave, that these are statements that the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provisions for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit the audit to the Auditor General the annual financial statements in respect of county governments. And the CCM further saying that it is upon the completion of the audit that a report is submitted to the county assembly, where within 3 months after receiving the audit report, the county assembly can take appropriate action. So the audit process is ongoing. When this process finalizes, the audit report will be tabled to the assembly, and the assembly can take appropriate action on the same.
Talking of financial year 23-24.
Senator Tabitha, you certainly cannot do that. Proceed, Council.
Just answer.
Okay. I'll let the witness also answer the second question, which was on why we accounted for less than what was set out there.
Thank you. And why we accounted for only 2 million as opposed to the 78 million that has been alleged here is that the manner in which that count was framed, it was, the allegation was that the governor has misappropriated funds through specific named persons who are indicated and collectively referred to as the governor's relatives. It is on this breadth that we endeavored to account for payment that has been made to these particular specific persons amounting to 2 million.
Okay, and then the last question that you asked, or first which was overlapping, we have said that there are consequences for disobeying a summon by the county assembly. That is set out in statute, so that if somebody is summoned and that person does not appear, the county assembly, just like this house, has something it can do to command the enforcement of the orders. So that I think that that is there. It doesn't mean that somebody has to be impeached. There are cases where we have seen, for example, this house summoning someone who doesn't appear. Doesn't mean those people then become a subject of an impeachment. That's what we are responding to in the context of this discussion.
Senator Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is some clarification from Mr. Mnene. We have some invoices that are not signed by the authorizing officers. You have indicated that they have not been signed because the original documents which have all the signatures are with the external auditors. But Mr. Speaker, my knowledge of accounting has it that the documents that are taken to the auditors are actually original copies, and you are left with the photocopies. So I don't know how you're able to get these documents that you've put in the annexures. Where did you fish them from? I want that clarity, because then the ones with all the signatures were with the external auditors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I indicated that these documents, we got them from the file of the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff, ordinarily what he does is that before he forwards the document, the original document to the Department of Finance, he makes a copy. And when we were given these directives that we need to respond within 3 days, I requested the Chief of Staff to give me a copy of the file that he owns, where these documents are.
Senator Miraj.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My questions goes to the County Assembly. Are the IFMIS transactions that form the basis of the impeachment of the governor the same ones that are the same ones under investigations at the EACC? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respond.
Mr. Speaker, we do not know. All we know is that this complaint was also sent to the EACC and to many other agencies. Whether the EACC is actually investigating it, we do not know, and there is no evidence, either from the governor or from anyone, that the EACC is investigating these complaints.
Senator Lekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've got two clarifications that I need to get clarified. One is from the lawyer. I was listening to, and the question...
Which lawyer? There are so many lawyers here.
The lawyer for the Assembly. Thionkolu. It's a very good name. Volume 3. We are looking at Section 45, Protection of Public Property and Revenue, etc. So you referred to 45, 2A, Roman numeral number 2 and 3. And specifically, you said goods not supplied or not supplied in full, number 2, services not rendered or not adequately rendered. So the question that I wanted to get clarity from you is whether you are relying 100% on the IFMIS extracts or you've received audited financial statements as per Section 31 of the Public Audit Act. And I want to remind you, Section 31(5) stipulates that after the audit process, they shall be tabled in Parliament and also at the Assembly. So if you can clarify that, I'd really appreciate it. Number 2, I asked this question yesterday. I didn't get a proper clarification. It has come back again today on the issue of the accounting officer. Section 103 of the PFM Act establishes the county treasury, and it puts the CEC in charge of finance as the head of the county treasury. Section 199 of the PFM Act, which is a penalty clause, stipulates penalties which are going to befall any public officer who is in charge of the resources and does not account for them. Could you kindly clarify whether the documents that you've supplied in the case have been audited by the Auditor General and an opinion rendered by the Auditor General on the actual position of those funds? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Council, proceed to respond.
Mr. Speaker, we answered yesterday that the oversight function of the County Assembly and indeed of the Senate is not conditioned upon or dependent on whether there is a report by the Auditor General. So it is no requirement that we have a report from the Auditor General as a precondition for raising the issues and picking up the problems. that the Assembly has picked in this matter. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that under the PFM Act, the accounting officer would be either the CEC Finance or any other person designated. However, what we have equally found strange, and I think one honorable senator pointed it, the CEC Finance refused, and it's on the record, to submit the documents to the Assembly in our submission on completely outrageous and frivolous grounds. The second matter we found strange is that the documents presented by the governor in answer to the charges are not authenticated by that CEC Finance. They are not authenticated by the chief officer in that department, among other people. We also found it strange, Mr. Speaker, that when this matter arose, the governor chose to call our head of legal as the witness to explain, as opposed to the CEC Finance. There is a question of goods supplied and services not rendered. We cited Section 45 of the Anti-Corruption Act because it is one of the many sections that address this question of prepayments, and the specific reason we cited it, Mr. Speaker, is in our very humble submission, impressed cannot explain the prepayment of 78 million shillings. And even if it were to be accepted for argument's sake, just for argument's sake, that impressed would be an answer, that would be an admission to abuse of interest by the very definition of the same, because the law specifies what type of expenses can be defrayed by way of interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I just have two questions directed to either the witness or the counsel to the governor. The response that you filed before us, Governor, page 105 to page 112, on the if missed payments relates to just 3 individuals, yet what have been given by the County Assembly has many other recipients. Perhaps you can clarify on that. The other question I have is on the if missed payments. There are payments made to one Jane Karimi Kaitha, and on a particular date, I think the 20th of September 2022, she received payments totaling to about 3.9 million in one single day. Are these payments also if missed payments, or they are payments related to other services perhaps? If they are not if missed interest payments rather, how come the county government was paying this particular individual if missed payments as interest and not in other form, maybe RTGS or another form of payment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for Governor.
Thank you. The question, I think, Mr. Speaker, has been directed to either the counsel or the witness.
I proceed to respond then.
Thank you. The reason why we have given documents in relation to 3 people or 3 persons mentioned, the answer is in the motion itself and the manner in which it was framed, where it was indicated, the allegation was that the governors grossly violated the law in the following: through embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters and the nephew to the governor's husband, all of whom are collectively referred to as the governor's relatives. That was A. B says is withdrawal of county funds under the guise of payment for various supplies by the governor's relatives. So the manner in which this particular count was framed, we were required to respond to the issues of the persons referred and collectively referred in the motion as governor's relatives, and they were listed, they were enumerated there. So if the motion indicated that the governor, or the allegation or the claim was that the governor has embezzled funds through Jane Karemi or any other person that appears in the IFMIS, then we would have substantively responded to that.
Thank you. Lastly, Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To counsel for the Assembly, there have been repeated references to alleged forgeries. This is specifically with regards to a work ticket whose serial number has appeared severally. I want the Assembly to clarify whether those documents have been subjected to any verification process, which Council is aware, whether there is a document examiner's report to back the allegation or assertion by the Assembly that in fact those documents are forgeries. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, we only received those documents, I believe, on Saturday evening, so we've not had the opportunity to subject them to a forensic examination. However, you don't need to be an expert in forensics to point out that the dates in that work ticket don't follow natural chronology of events. You don't have to be an expert in document analysis if you're familiar with the frequency of the use of motor vehicles to know that the same work ticket cannot apply to different motor vehicles or even the same motor vehicle for a period of 4 months. And it is on those prima facie, on the face of it, discrepancies and irregularities that we concluded they were forgeries. The next reason why we concluded they were forgeries, these are documents that should be easily available in the governor's office. They were not availed to the Assembly when they were requested, and they were not availed to the Assembly in the impeachment motion. We are being slapped with them at the tail end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, counsel for the governor, you indicated you had 4 witnesses. You may now proceed to call your 4th witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Our next and last witness is Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
By way of time indication, counsel, how much time do you think you will need with this witness?
I think that with 1.5 hours, I will be through with the witness.
Swear in the witness.
I, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect to the matter before the Senate shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Kindly introduce yourself, your full names and the capacity you hold for record purposes.
Thank you, Speaker and Honorable Senators. I'm Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor, MERU County.
Thank you. You have received the notice of impeachment, and subsequently the County Assembly of MERU resolved to remove you from office through impeachment. Is that the reason why you're before the Senate today?
Yes.
You have had an occasion to look at all the materials presented by the County Assembly in support of the impeachment. You've also had an opportunity to file a response to that motion.
Yes.
That is the response before the Senate, the one dated 3rd of November 2023?
Yes.
Together with your affidavit in support of your response?
Yes.
Would you wish, first of all, to affirm that the contents therein form part of your response?
Yes.
Thank you. You were also present at the Senate yesterday when counsel for the County Assembly described you in a certain manner through comparison with a certain criminal in Europe.
Yes, I was.
Is that a true description of your personality?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Specifically, the counsel for the County Assembly accused you of demeaning this House by making a mockery of the impeachment process that found you not guilty in December last year. Did you at any time make a mockery of the proceedings?
Counsel for Governor.
No.
Yes.
The counsel for the County Assembly did apologize and indeed sought to have that record expunged. So as far as we are concerned, that particular record does not form part of the record.
Most obliged. Then I withdraw that line of examination in chief and proceed. Madam Governor, you have been accused of not being capable of working with leaders in MERU, particularly members of County Assembly. And this particular allegation was that you were only able to work for a few weeks after you reconciled with the MCS. Is that true?
That is not true.
That is not true.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, for how long have you been having an harmonious working relationship with members of County Assembly?
We've been working together with the members of County Assembly until the last almost 2 months only.
The last 2 months?
Yes.
Are you talking about the month of August and September?
August and September.
Yes. So it is your evidence that throughout the year, save for the 2 months, you have been in a perfect working relationship with members of County Assembly.
Extra perfect relationship working with members of County Assembly.
What made it possible for you to have this harmonious working relationship with the members of County Assembly? Did you have any intentional efforts to mend the fallout that you had with MCS? Did you make any efforts after the impeachment?
The first solution was made by this Senate the last time we were here, and I followed the advice of senators. We want to start down with the MCS. We again sat and had a long, lengthy discussion with some other leaders, and from there we've been working together.
Particularly, there was the issue of, for lack of better word, Ward Development Fund. Were you able to facilitate development projects in all the wards of MERU County?
Immediately after we left here, I facilitated Ward Development Fund to every MCA to the tune of 10 million, and this year 15 million for every ward.
Thank you. You have produced a video, KMV1, which I now ask the technical team to play so that we see the kind of efforts and the fruits that were borne by those efforts. KMV1.
waliopita. Yule alikuwa impeached, wale walikuwa na impishana yote tumeweka nyuma. Tunasema ni kaenda ya maendeleo na kabati ya maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tunafurahi siku ya leo kuleta
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are having the same challenges.
Secretariat.
Tunaomba walio hii ambao wana celebrate maybe disunity.
Just stop the video. The technical team, please go work on it. We will get back to it once the technical team has worked on the system. Council, you may proceed. Once we are ready with the video, we can as well come back to it. We'll always come back to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So then, Honorable Governor, we have just started watching a video that is not very clear, but can you try and explain to the Senate where you were in that meeting that has been recorded, who were the members present, and what was the purpose?
We were in the premises of County Assembly of MERU with all the members, the 69 of them, and also the county woman representative was present, and we agreed that the past is over. We start working together for the sake of MERU.
Thank you. And that, can you remember the date of?
Council, I'm informed the video is now ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
let's
sir.
Play it.
Tumeona ni vyema kuwa tuna embrace one another. Mambo yaliyopita tunasema si ndwele ama tunasema ni yaliyopita si ndwele tugange yajayo. Sisi yaliyopita ni past. Kwa hivyo tumeamua kwamba hakuna mtu atakumbuka yaliyopita. Yule alikuwa impeached, wale walikuwa na impishana yote tumeweka nyuma. Tumesema ni kaende ya maendeleo na kabati ya maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tunafurahi siku ya leo kuleta ujumbe kwa Wameru ya kwamba we are one. Na tunaomba walio nje ambao walikuwa na celebrate maybe disunity wakae kando kidogo, maana tunasonga tukiwa pamoja. Hatutakubali kuweka tena nafasi ya watu kuingilia katikati yetu. We've kept our personal interest kando for the people of Meru.
Mimi naitwa Ayubu Kurdi, nikiwa spika bunge ya Meru, na siku ya leo ni furaha kubwa kwa sababu ile shinda kidogo tulikuwa naye kati ya ofisi ya Governor Excellency Bishop Kawira Mwangaza na bunge ile naongoza hapa, tumefika, hiyo maneno imefika mwisho. Sema kulingana na uongozi wa His Excellency William Ruto na deputy wa katika chagua, tulianza kuongea wiki moja imepita, na siku ya leo Mama Safi awimelepa akatumwa na His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua akaambiwa akuje tumalize ile maneno ilikuwa imebaki na kila kitu umemaliza.
Amen.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka kuambia Meru na Kenya mzima ya kwamba sisi tuko kitu moja na tumekubaliana kwa miaka 4.5 ile imebaki tutafanyia watu kazi na tutakuwa timu moja.
Amen.
Na tunasema asante kwa President Rigathi Gachagua kwa kuona ni vizuri Meru iongee kwa sauti moja. Na gavana ni mali nikisema wewe kwa siasa wewe ndio kiongozi na ndiye mkubwa yetu sisi zote. Na sisi tutakuwa nyuma yako, tutakusupport, wewe ukiwa mama yetu na ukiwa baba yetu. Ndio Meru ikae vizuri kana kama Meru akareboeka. Thank you and God bless you.
Jina langu ni Evans Mahira Karia, MCA wa Mitunguo na kiongozi wa walio wengi katika bunge letu la Meru. Familia Meru. Na nataka kusema leo ni siku kubwa sana kwa Wameru. Sababu tangu tufanye uchaguzi hapa Meru, tukachagua governor, tukachagua MCAs, hakujakuwa na amani na hakujakuwa na kuelewana katika upande wa bunge letu la Meru na upande wa governor Excellency Kawira Mwangaza. Lakini siku ya leo sisi tumekubaliana ya kwamba for the interest of Meru tuweke hayo maneno yote ambayo yalikuwa nasumbua, tuwachane nayo kutoka leo na tukamua kushikana na kuelewana kabisa, ndio tuweze kufanyia wa Meru kazi. Na sisi kama bunge letu la Meru tumeambia gavana wetu kwamba sisi tuko tayari, yale ambayo yote yanahitajika kufanywa na bunge, wale mawaziri ambao hatukupitisha
wale chief officers ambao hawakuweza kupita kuletwa katika bunge letu, supplementary budget na mambo yote ambayo yanahitajika sisi kufanya kama bunge. Tuko tayari hata kama ni kuanzia kesho ndio tuweze kufanya ku make sure that Marians do receive their services that they do need so much.
We can stop there. We can stop there. Thank you. Thank you. Are you able to identify the people in that clip? Are they members of the County Assembly of Meru?
They are all members of County Assembly of Meru, led by the Speaker, Ayubu Bondi.
We have also seen the move of this motion in that clip.
The majority.
The majority.
Yes.
Thank you. In that clip, is there any indication that you bragged about the fact that you went scot-free?
No.
You have also used a certain slogan that you are now being accused of using. Kabati, kabati, kaende, kaende. Did you actually use those two slogans in your speech with members of County Assembly present?
I used it because it is a slogan for development, the speed of development in Meru.
The speed of development in Meru.
That is kaende, kaende, kabati, kabati.
Just for us to be able to understand, what does this slogan actually mean? What is kabati? What is kaende?
Kabati means like accelerating to the fullness of everything, that is highest speed possible. And then kaende is non-stop. That means that the development will be non-stop and at a very high speed.
Thank you. So when then the move of the motion comes here and tells the Senate that kaende, kaende, kabati, kabati is a don't care slogan that says you don't care about anything, is that a misinformation and distortion of facts?
It is.
Thank you. Let us proceed. So then you are seen in many instances using that slogan, kabati, kabati, kaende, kaende.
Even the MCAs have embraced the same slogan and they also use it.
Thank you. Let us proceed and watch the next video. And you have alluded to the fact that you agreed to give at least 15 million for every ward for development projects. Was that done?
It was done.
Can we watch video KMV2?
Antojaja gwetwa oversight najo ndenda kuburio njubwi muntu uri okuthithiria oversight na ara Nairobi obicine no oversight yeje tureaja tukinyete ndagaceji ni oversight ire kwingi tukwenda ne TV na Nairobi kana ne kweja gukinya murandi jora tukuona burenda oversight engiraundine kana burendera obicine na ara Nairobi Imenyama antojaja tinda gwetwa oversight kairi turaugire batu turi mbunge ya Meru no ntubatwe itwe tunengeri mandate MCA no nengeri mandate ya kuthithia oversight ya mirandi yonde ya county government ikatiba ya Kenya no boba nengeri isheria kinya report ire rathoma gwa ya control of budget itibati kwamba gwita ara senate kamba kuja county assembly ya Meru report ire thithagia oversight ya senate ni report yake ya auditor general na etira uma kwa mantu jaja ngibatrogira oversight ikaniritwe na siasa atufanyi nini atutaki ito akirigie ntugita kwa DTF na ara mitungu mantu ja utheru wa bioro na kinya babu na ibonete mantu bioro bira biaki na ndito akire plant ya na ara bioro bira biojura bikeja bikandrinwa igaikuara mitungu project ya million 17 ingaringe nipe bwajairi roje rwa mitungu rwa rwita kwa water supply rwa runywa wa mitungu yonde iruthithiru rehabilitation na project yo nienderete governor 15% done project ya million ya 18 o mitungu yetu boitha tu bugeta kuma karingene ibuje karingene te karingene kara kanyagene kara kamuguru kuma ara karingene ugeta muguru ugeta muchagara barabara yo nethithirwe na yathithirwe na mbeca cia gavanire tugwita cia flagship na nethithitwe na 95% na aru andu bo inya gukaura kana gukarotero batita na ndina yetumirite shilingi milioni 5 ringaringira ngavana mbe aibo gutara chiaki nyingana mwanga thai 17 plus 18 plus 5 omwenda yake gutara ndagaceje yanu tukinyete aja na aru eje ire gwetoko matumo kirimba bridge na yo bote kuona nirikitie
We can stop there. The video is quite long. Thank you. Madam Governor, who is the person making that speech in that video?
The majority leader and the person who was the mover of the impeachment motion.
That is Honorable Evans Mawira.
Yes.
You are also seen in that video.
Yes.
Kindly, are you able to recall the date and where that event took place?
I can't recall the date, but the event took place in his own ward.
Which month was that?
I don't remember the month.
You don't remember?
Yes.
Is it recent or?
It is very recent.
Very recent.
Yes.
Thank you. Mawira seems to be making certain remarks about your performance. What is he saying?
He's very right because he's trying to praise the work that we do in Meru County. One, for the 10 million that we usually give forward development and the flagship projects. What I do as a governor is I go around all the ones and then give the list of all the development projects to the area MCA to read to the people, to understand, and to also for us to be accountable for the funds. Every ward we do a visit with the area MCA, and I usually carry a booklet of the projects, that is ward project and flagship project for the area MCA to read to the people to understand what they are doing. And that is what exactly the majority leader is doing in his own ward.
Can you recall the number of projects that he is mentioning by name that have been done in his particular ward?
In that particular day, we were opening a bridge, just talking about the roads done, and also the boreholes, and so many other things that we did with more than 50 million.
Thank you. I've actually retrieved the date of that event. It was the 2nd of August 2023, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. So then, when you are accused of not being able to work with leaders by the same mover of the motion, do you find some form of hypocrisy?
Yes, and also maybe it's being misled.
It's being misled. Thank you. So as of 2nd of August 2023, the mover of the motion thought that you're perfect and you're in good working relationship with at least all the MCAs.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move to KM3.
Na nediri isipokuwa tuchange tu kidogo na tuumonia na kwa na engineer ikabuidwa kinya andro atare ndiri omira rweru kama mora rwete anjiraira tukwiro ara kukegirwa karabati isa sawa ena rweru tuko yakorwo tuina obichi wa murire public works.
Thank you. Again, you're seen launching a project, yes. A dam specifically. Which ward is that?
That is Mudhara ward, and the one with the document is the area MCA, Aurelio Murangiri, reading the developments, including the dam that costed us 39 million in his own ward.
Are you able to recall the date when you launched this particular dam at Mudhara?
I think it's not even 3 months ago.
Less than 3 months ago?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I will move on to the second issue, which still touches on your relationship with members of County Assembly in respect to projects and Okolea. Let us play the video KMV 20.
Ngerie MC watu mawera atukure na maromba. Ngerie MC watu mawera mbeke bila kuno. Na trombeni. Ewa mwadhani mutura moyo wora wombere ndine eguru wombera bila biona wana bila biona kwa toya mudenja jupere ya mezo ya kumudenja jona arba.
Toya na ndina hapo ndongo na ngeja na njekwa na kanisa kwa
Kuchoka. Ngeibwega. Na mbona unaadwa tena kilauni kile. Ndila kilauni kama mami wenu. Ndila kilauni ya kanisa. Bwana asifiwe. Itobiria ukuona kieni negeki. Kinyama ikiele nkwali nayo. Kinyanjukwele tukinyete. Kinyangalele ya ndega. Kinye itobire byonje tukaeja na buti kingoteleke zikari kilio.
Kindly pause the video. You are making certain remarks, and before we go to the remarks, we have also seen the leader of majority again in that video. Where were you with him on that particular day?
That is an Okolea program which is run by my family and my church. We usually go to do the Okolea every Sunday afternoon, and I always invite if they wish to come and join me on Sundays. And with me is the Honorable Mawila, the mover of the motion or the impeachment, who was also involved in that operation of Korea Kanaka MERU.
This was on 13th of August this year, 2023.
13th of August this year.
You are making certain remarks about the capacity in which you are in that event.
Yes, I always tell them that in operational Korea events, they don't see the governor, but they should see their mother and also a bishop who is coming to assist, not in form of a government, but as a church and as their mother.
Did you explain the source of the resources that you were giving, including the microphone you were holding? I heard you talk about that.
I always do that in every meeting, that everything that I use in Okolea, there is nothing that comes from the county government of MERU, because I've been doing that for the last 12 years.
Thank you. May we proceed with that video?
Balabona nge Okolea bambike nguge. Naru akarukire mtore ombokirie getandene ni mheshimiwa wa Ntura yeje Evans Mawira. Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira alingalingile mwali kama pema mbelembeta kanisene aleta shilingi mwemwe ngiri egana lemwe. Ambera kinyawaga ongere ekirangalisia kumaguta. Kinyawaga ongere ongera merengeti ya bajojo. Nalingalingilwa kanwe. DMK, tuena Aaron, beze batukaidi ndaike mwambe tutuleta uwangi.
Wambere na tobara bakameme bamurike kwega na bativi batikiri. Morani jojo jo Korea. Mapi tukuruka ya budget ira itangu kendele county ya MERU. County assembly ya MERU na ini mikagia bunge de majority ina. Na iko na go confirm. Na go kujira na wekera kirore. Ute shilingi kinyemwe turakurukia ya mbeca cia thirikari kenda ya murandi ne jo Korea. Kwa ura kuria murandi jo Korea kiuria aliuria mantu ja muntu kiumbe murandi jo gavana Kawira Mwangaza na family yawe na kanisa yawe. Na hikyo naro bukuva tote kwa ya mando mengi ya thirikari. Nundu naro murandi jo ringithia ngea jo ringithia muntu jangi no tweri jo ringithia ndo bara bayo mabati. Totingiri tora toa merengeti oroko uma na makobokobo aja na oroko uma na mattress na mando jau jakare sawasa.
Thank you. I think we've had enough of that video. Thank you. Madam Governor, again you are heard and using the same slogan, Kabati Kabati Kaende Kaende.
Yes.
The members of County Assembly were again present.
Yes.
Did they join you in that slogan?
They joined me in that slogan.
Did they understand the meaning of your slogan?
They will understand the meaning of the slogan.
Honorable Mawira is also making certain remarks about the funders of Okolea. What is he saying about who funds the Okolea program?
He says, as the County Assembly of Meru, they are the ones that pass the budget, and they have never passed any coin to be utilized in the Okolea program. It is purely my project to assist the disadvantaged people in our community. And he, as part of the well-wisher, that very early morning, gave me 100,000 shillings to fuel my vehicles.
So he contributed towards your charity project?
Yes.
Let us now move to the next video, 1C, and see another member of County Assembly. I think it's in the same event, you will confirm. 1C.
Gavana wetu na ntubanda bene bonde Bwana Yesu asifiwe, nisalimie mwalimu sana onibeta wa DMK-MC wa Bogeta West na Baruguru na ande bara batuthinga tete kanyuma ibaire itoiketie gavana tiru lakini nande nindo nokire ndauma Sauro nande beta wa Paulo na ndio sema ni nani Paulo. Na nande ndongele tienjeshi ya mama. Na toa tisho monoto kera watoka le opposition, anganande tuli kengogera opposition.
We can pause there for a moment. Thank you. Who is the person making those remarks?
He is the MCA, and he was the mover of the first impeachment.
He was the mover of the previous motion.
Yes.
This again is on 13th of August this year.
Yes.
Do you in any way seem to have any disagreement with the mover of the previous motion?
No, he's even telling the public that he is now a changed man. They used to disturb Mama, but he has changed from Saul to Paul.
That is in reference to the biblical Paul,
yes,
who was one Saul.
Yeah.
He's also talking about them being forced, if I can hear him correctly, to join the opposition. What was he talking about?
He was talking about the pressure amounted to them by external forces or by external people that do not belong to the county assembly to fight the government, but he has vowed not to repeat again and support the government.
Thank you. Let's proceed watching that video.
The opposition gogeire Nairobi na batonya kiruto. Ende na aja Meru president wetu aratu uitakage na wikiria ndo wetu the opposition watu kwenda tuito. Kile igechindwe. Na nino yali ndio ubwani na ndauga mimi sitapishwa. Mimi sitawekwa uoga. Gavana Kawira anga musupport. Ulio kuvuganya no ete antunye iteke aboge itanete antunye. Andoba aboge taiba ina imani na ani na ina imani na decision ya kwa support Kawira na ina imani na Kawira. Na nande kwe bate kwenda kuba tukiwa kumibira mbele. Abo andekera. Kumibira mbele sietio magwa boindwa.
We can stop there for that video. Thank you. Honorable DMK Kiogora says, mimi sitatishwa, sitawekwa uoga. What was he making reference to?
He was making reference to the leaders, the national leaders, and also the party leaders that were telling them to keep off from supporting the government. And also he is also talking about the Kumi Bila breaks, because the people of Meru have started another slogan again, Kumi Bila breaks, and they were warned as MCAs not to continue saying Kumi Bila breaks. So he's telling the people that come from Nairobi to keep off. They want development.
Thank you. We will be moving on to the source of that pressure, sourcely. But finally, in support of your Okolea program, let us watch video 1E. It's a very short video.
Bwana Murega imbigirite ngobia ya MCA kwa bodo chiete gatigati yo mutea Daktari Mutea nyakwire Bishop untongeretie mbunge ndina timu kona tweneo batu tu sawa atubetu support ni Kiambi support ni Njoke tu support ni gavana wetu nuntu te maendeleo jejara kwinai winandwa maendeleo jejara kwinai winokiri au ange gavana iwe munene okwa na munene weje na ng'ombe tumba kweja na ng'ombe ende lingavana ndi mulevi ndetha ya ng'ombe ndetha ya mburi
Spika yu unambikini ng'ombe na mburi ya lia.
We can stop at that. Madam Speaker, who is the person making the remarks in that video?
This is the Speaker of County Assembly of MERU.
And you confirm this was during an Okolea program meeting?
Yes, in Mwangaza ward, Mojo.
Who is the MCA Mwangaza ward?
It's Mr. Njoki.
Mr. Njoki.
He was present.
You also are in the company of other people in that?
Those are all MCS.
Our MCS?
Yes.
What has the Speaker just done?
The Speaker has donated a goat because I usually give the single mothers and widows cows. And he says, because you've given and donated a cow and you are senior than me, let me donate a goat. And he has done it.
Thank you. Again, what date was this?
It is barely around 3 months ago.
3 months ago. Now, we have alluded to some forces that were behind, or rather that were not happy with this unity between you and MCAs. I want you to identify and tell us what is happening in the next video, 1D. Kindly, may we play video 1D?
MCA gukaribisha ntura ya Bogeta East na mbuge wotwe on behalf ya ntuma Bogeta East na Bogeta West na wenzangu bare aja tucokerie nkatho no ntubwe kinya rire okinya oni mbigirwe ntumba kwithira nteja no nturire okinya gatia kana kara kamumero kuringithia gagatia ipati yakwa na impugwa kweli imbati kweja kuona no ntone pati ya maendeleo ndene ntura yetu. So ngabana we are so humble tugwiritwe sana batu tuli MCA tuli MPIDU na ikio tumio kuona na arua tutena manto amainge na arua intukwe gokorea kana kamumero na mami umenye batu tuli MPIDU
na ndenda ugire ngabana tukamukaria na inya na ora kumbikika kendo mbako boli trangugi no ndo twamwagia thayo tukona inya ya twamwagitie thayo ateja gaguku na nande mbigirwe torirwe tukaria siasa ne nuje temboka ne lema muntu ondu okwoja maratasi nande ko lantu ba kamatete ile leta obirana na ala mawa na ito abatomera Nairobi gutegera imbie to michukari era itirie bategera imbie to myogoti bukuongerwa gutokwarĩrio ogoti ingabana bakweja ubira mbesa ikwekiwa senate counties ciongerwa mbesa ibaregere kuongera ndi baliuga ibejete kwa basa ule basa iti mbesa ireko
ututu nyinaku Madam Governor na kageta muntu ututu ogira tore no ngato ngora we ninto bya mero ala tomba kogera to abwitira ngoge iyo tomba ko change as long as Kawira Mwangaza we ninto bya mero oni ndekere mbuye mato waambirani isa sawa na
we can post there. We have seen the first speaker, no, actually the second, the one in the black jacket. Are you able to identify him?
Is the mover of the first motion of impeachment, DMK Kiogora.
He is heard making certain remarks about Keberi and forces from Nairobi. What is he talking about?
He is referring to the MERU MPs and also the senator that they should keep off MERU because they have their own leader, maybe referring to the end of state. And then the MCAs have their own leader. And he says last weekend, they were in a certain town named Maua, where they earned the kiberi, the stirring stick or spoon, meaning the governor, and they are saying that they will not be part and a parcel of what the members of parliament are doing.
Thank you. So the honorable member for County Assembly, Abogeta West, talks about a force that is being advanced using the Kiberi tool. That is what he's saying?
Yes.
And he's telling them to keep off?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us move to video KMV 14. KMV 14, kindly.
Na bakaya batuana na badiri manto yo differences sisi omba kwa dirio bature MCA bembe tute tayari utonye ratio so ende atukuromba tu burungu arembere gavana na deputy governor bomba kwa bajo hata naira nigenda tukomba kutukinda weta ture anto amwe ture anto bembe na ture MCA na tongeri bonde brantu badurite nande na imani manto yo onde akombekana lakini tute kuenda zaitu akulupia budget siasa ikanjiria nigenda mwembe akomba kwa ita ya maendeleo so baba kwa ya na manto akeberi keberi mwana keberi naso ka agreement mwana keberi naso ketiania manto yembe na de kanaryo e ambe tu kongangari ko karia mama non to MPs beto otompu wayo ke gongwa ko mama ende mundu aru mogeni ajo to janganya akili otobo ki akili ate to ore mama we are not ready ende ro ko lo gubutu ko na keberi keu aya te gati ana keberi nyeke ato ate anajo o gran koromba neo iba imenyere lakini kwa kweli maendeleo wale tatizo wale maendeleo ende manto akeberi na ina keberi to to genda ne embere yetu embe to atandite embere onde kumanto nyire monka dos to egento kemwe noro kaingilia atasiarwa
antu bonde baraba kwenda kurwa wale jegembe babera nga mwegembe akugitwa mwegembe akudizwa lakini utinya mwegembe mo kumara tata nontore mwegembe wongo none tote makosa Kawira Mwangaza nacho antu baraba kuja kutata bakire egembe re kuinyirwa iba kuma inventi bange bakumatigania iba badioro kete sese kiberi badioro kachete chekegeri badioro kachete oversight you chonde nunto egembe wena regete nunto naije.
Thank you. We can post that video there. Governor confirmed that was on 27th of August this year.
Yes, 27th of August.
This year?
Yes.
Are you able to tell who the people speaking in that video are?
Those are all MCAs from Egembe, apart from one who comes from Central Imenti. The rest are Egembe MCAs.
They are making a specific grievance about siasa za Kiberi. What are they talking about?
They are talking about the members of parliament who had just begun a movement by the name Kiberi, coming all the way from Nairobi to Meru, and they are warning them that they have been given work to do in Nairobi. They should continue with their work there and leave them alone because they have only one mama who can assist them to do development.
Thank you. So this was 27th of August 2023. Honorable Governor, if then someone comes here and says that you only were able to work with MCAs for a few weeks, are they lying or they're telling the truth?
That is pure lie.
Thank you. We want to understand this Kiberi movement, siasa za Kiberi movement. And I want you to listen carefully to video 3A and see where or the source, the genesis of the Kiberi movement. 3A.
Keberi. Bere. Na kama nyembu ana boka. Ibaka bonoi. Bora tomo bere. Kinyaka wa.
Are you able to even explain what he's saying?
He's talking about that. They will use that thing too. I'm not able to explain. Because it has been done by so many men, and now they are ready as members of parliament, him being the leader, to do that to me. And he has recruited so many young men for the purpose of that Keberi movement, together with the deputy speaker of this house.
Can we watch KMV 12?
Tumetoseka kutawaliwa vibaya na mkora asiosiba, anafaa kuongezwa akakota kwa tumbo na simiti na mawe ndio asisikie njaa tena. Wangapi wanasema Kawira aende? Kawira mbae, lakini tunataka kiti ya Mutuma apewe, kiti yake ya deputy yake, magari rudishwe, security apewe, kila kitu apewe, na kiti ya finance, kiti ya pesa apewe. Kwa ndani ya Keberi ndio kuna mkomeno wa ramera arome ando Kawira. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaunga mkono hilo mjadala umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Mporo, na asante kwa kunialika. Tuendelee namna hiyo, kazi yetu ni kushikanisha kila mtu. Asanteni sana ndugu zangu. Thank you very much.
Madam Governor, I hope you are able to explain again, or perhaps the message has sunk, what these honorable members are telling members of the public.
The honorable members of parliament and the deputy speaker of this honorable house is telling the public that I defeated men, and in this case, they are going to use that steering stake and they recruited so many young men for that purpose, and they have been holding rallies almost in all towns in Meru, doing the same over the weekends. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this is purely politics. Purely politics.
Thank you. There is another video, I think that will be my last, 3C on the gender profiling and harassment. 3C.
Mukuroku ingwendo kuona uliki na tuwe Amerika enda ugekana kamurega lakini tuwe kamurega tena kana Tumekwana boloi angwendo mwe Kawira Mwangaza utendwa leo ukavatia mwana mwenye ukidhata Tumekwana boloi tuenda kuwa kena tutike murega baichu imukuroku ya mwana nwe ya pronto abori agera mono mbele na kayuyu agwa baile agwa bada tenjamba loi kante njamba kana ko mtoto la obora masiara ndi kuereka na nchoke mbele na keberio gwa keda kala hekeda Kawira udire hekeda Kawira kukwekeda na alemera arume Kawira hangwa nyo yekeda hangwa ndenda kenda menya wo mwekuru wale mwekuru muchoro kwa etawa mwenda na mulingete ke urenga wayo kiandaka endukisha ndaka siakwa no mwekuru mukuru.
Thank you. The honorable member is making certain remarks about your husband. What is he saying?
He's saying that he has given me 9 months to be pregnant. And if that is not done, you'll do it via what is holding.
Eventually, Honorable Governor, your deputy joined the movement and made similar attacks on you and on your Kolea program. Can we watch KMV4?
Kweta Tharaka County tubatethie kweta Embu County tubatethie kweta Isiolo County tubatethie ukorea kirundu kia thina kia pubate kia kuewa itokwenda kinya tukweana hapo sana didi wewe ndio governor na program Kerundu keke pubate program wetu okolea matwe murungu wake tuetera tutetera muntu nonto kerundu ke anto bembe bekwa tuteokenda bekwerwa kerundu ke wikireti makire bagwa tokolea kabisa yo mathina yaba ya
We can stop there. Thank you. Honorable Governor, that is your deputy governor.
Yes.
He's making certain remarks about the Okolea program.
Yes.
What is he saying?
He's saying that the Okolea program is a poverty program. They have refused it in their area. The area that
which area is that?
That is Egembe South, where he comes from.
So he's telling members of his ward to reject the
poverty program, that is Okolea, and they should not be ready to receive anything in terms of Okolea. Honorable Speaker, to add to this, for the last 12 years, I've been doing the Okolea, and this gave me favor. before God. And my deputy governor, who was just a prison askari, God gave us favor because of this program. And out of the program that raised him from being askari to His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of MERU, is the same person that is seen on video, the campaigning or demeaning the same program that God used to give us favor before men and women.
And he continued, and we watch KMV 15. 15. That video was played yesterday, but for your sake, can you explain what the youths are chanting, led by your deputy governor?
That is my deputy governor with some youths from his area saying that Kawira doesn't have a home. She only does prostitution in the county, and they are praising him and warming him up to be the governor or take over the position of the governor of MERU. And that is exactly what has been happening to our members of parliament, including the senator or deputy senator of this house. They have started warming him up to be the governor and take charge because I'm just a woman before them.
Thank you. It got worse by slaughtering of a cow that you had donated. Can we watch KMV 16? Confirm whether that's the same cow you had donated and to whom had you donated the cow. We can stop there. Thank you. Thank you. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I see like the cow is still alive as it's being slaughtered.
Yes.
Was that the cow you had donated?
Yeah, we were in the area of the Igembe South, and then we identified the old woman who was to be given the cow as it was entering into the field. Then they took the cow, slaughtered it just before us.
And they are singing the same song, but they are also making other remarks. What are the other remarks?
Before I say about the other remarks, is that hiyo ng'ombe ilikuwa imebeba ndama ya miezi 6. And then they are saying that the same way they have slaughtered or killed the cow is the same way they will do to Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. We can have the video removed from the screen. That has not also been the only thing. You have also been accused of not being a proper MERU. Are you aware of that fact? What? That you have been accused of not being a proper original MERU, therefore unfit to lead?
Yes, they have been accusing me of not being a Merian, but a Kikuyu.
Thank you. Let's first watch KMV 5. You will make those explanations.
Ina ide Kawira Mwangaza aita watuona kuna gari zaidi ina aita mugure hello Kawira ndo Kawira umme wa mwego bato tuapa mwego tuapa ibwa tuome umiete hebu tuomero ndio kile ya uku mwana wao au tupita kabilao.
What is the Honorable Member of Parliament saying in respect to your ethnicity?
He says that the father of Kawira Mwangaza is a Kikuyu from Kirithaine by the name Jogona, and the mother is Mogore from Kikuyu, and they don't want to be ruled by a Kikuyu in Meru. That's why they want to change to get a real Merian, who is Peter Katirau Munya, the first governor.
Thank you, Madam Kawira. Is it then your evidence before this Senate that pressure has been asserted on members of County Assembly to ensure your removal from office on charges that do not hold any water?
Pressure has been mounted to members of County Assembly of Meru by the same leaders, as we have seen, and they had no option apart from adopting an impeachment motion where they were forced to sign and impeach.
Can we watch KMV 11 on the nature of that threat and whether the MCAs indeed succumbed to the pressure?
Na bundukira ina chochi ando icha kuromba. Baate menyato ibya mene ola ugatwira mbasi ni kiraitu. Na ndiro ruri ndo akiraitu na bunduki cia bako rombete ri. Ukarwa na ukarwa soka ndo ya bunduki. Dole ndo reka umogira bunduki cia cia yundie. Bange ba ibya mene no menya ta aduri yake ama. Ukiro jando no menya bunduki irawe na chichi ya kuromba bati kwa very careful. Wakara.
Is that the same Saul turned Paul, going back to being Saul?
What DMK Kiogora is telling the public is that because I was elected as an independent governor, I've been operating with hired guns. And now Medeka Rintori has taken his own, Kiraito has taken his own, so I'm left without any weapon to fight, and I should be very careful because they have withdrawn their support as the leaders of political parties or as the senior-most people in their parties.
That is barely 3 weeks after DMK Kiogora had been seen dancing, praising you, and saying that he will defend you and will reject
It's
Any
like,
influence from above?
it was like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Let us watch then 3E.
Ilo tukua batu ilo tuikiama kia UDA no tuthugani withdraw support tukwete moga tokwa majority rinda to withdraw as nini majority chondo tukulithiritie kiri ku support kira assembly tuikiama no to withdraw membership betu na bati ku support kaire.
Thank you. Who is the person speaking in that video and what is he saying?
Is the Honorable Senator, Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House, and he's saying that he might withdraw or is ending to withdrawing support of UDA members from being part and parcel of my agenda of development in Meru County.
Was that withdrawal, threat to withdraw, made a reality?
Indeed, after I spoke that, after 3-4 days, it was made a reality.
Let us watch KMV9 on whether that support was actually withdrawn. KMV9.
Must prevail. Number 9, we officially withdraw our support from the governor due to recent events and our proven inability to lead effectively. Our deaf honorable members are instructed not to in any way associate with the governor in person, Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza. Number 10, we express support for the impeachment of Governor Kawira Mwangaza for the best interest of the people of Meru County and commit ourselves without reservation to this cause, which we commence forthwith. Number 11, we support CS Honorable Medical Intour's political leadership and endorse the proposal to make him the county's spokesperson for a unified voice of Meru County. Number 12, we applaud the newfound unity among political leaders except Governor Kawira Mwangaza for the sake of peace and development.
Thank you. KMV8, I think that is self-explanatory. KMV8. KMV8.
I've been given instruction by our SG, who is Honorable Kanini Kega, that as Jubilee, forthwith, I'm going forward with Jubilee withdraws its support to one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza.
Kabla December tutakuwa na gavana mwingine mpya, kwa sababu hii ni kitu tulianza kitambo na tulianzia hapa. Kwa hivyo tuna vita na wewe gavana kwa hili ya kuonana. Tulikuwa
Those are members of County Assembly, and with them is one member of National Assembly. I think he has spoken in Swahili and English. There is no need to emphasize. Was there a press conference formally by other parties to withdraw their support? And I'm looking at KMV10, and I think that is my last video on this issue of withdrawal. KMV10.
This county, we have decided fully to withdraw the support within and outside the assembly that we have given our governor.
Number 3, we have resolved to start a fresh impeachment motion to the governor of Meru, one Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, and we have already signed, appended our signatures, the 27 of us who form or comprise the Kenya Kwanza caucus in the county assembly in preparation for a fresh impeachment motion.
Thank you.
The
I
one
think
that
we can stop there. Thank you. Madam Governor, you have seen a series of press conferences by various leaders of county assembly, all seeking to withdraw their support. Were the timings of these press conferences within the same period of time?
It was within the same period of time.
Can you remember the month?
I think it's not more than 2 months ago.
That is the month of September?
Yes.
What do you attribute towards the sudden change of heart from you being their darling, being a performer, being their mother, to now castigating you in the manner they are doing, to the extent of them withdrawing support? Is there anything gross you did to provoke them, to the best of your knowledge?
I did totally nothing. And from the last clip, you can hear the mover of the motion saying that around 27 of them have already signed an impeachment that they are proposing to have. So they signed way back even before. That is what he has said. Number two, the pressure from members of national government, some few elites, leaders, some few leaders of political parties, the deputy speaker of this honorable house, before God, I want to say they are misleading our MCS.
Thank you. Governor, it got to the extent that even in the performance of your official duties, you are threatened and barred from performing that which you are allowed to do under the Constitution. Is that true?
Yes.
Can we watch KMV6 and tell us where you are, what you're doing, and what happened? You can pause there for a minute. We see you clearly there, Honorable Governor, and there is a young gentleman speaking. Tell us what he's saying and what you are doing in that event and exactly where you are.
That is an event done by the county government of MERU. The county assembly passed a budget for us to take care of the disadvantaged mamas in our community. And that program is dubbed as 1 cow per 1 poor family. We go around the villages, we have a committee to vet and see the most vulnerable person in that certain area. We take a cow to the area and give or donate as government to that particular person that has been vetted by a committee that includes the area chief.
Thank you. So this is not part of your Kolea program, for clarity purposes?
This is not part of my Kolea program. My Kolea program we usually do on Sunday afternoon, and this is an official duty, a program that has county government employees and done purely by the county government of Meru. 1 cow per 1 poor family.
Was there any commotion or violence in that event?
There was no commotions. We started with the prayers, as you can see, and we went silently, we not even advertise. Those are just the neighbors that saw what is happening and came just to see.
You confirm this was in the homestead of one of the poor Meru women?
It is in the homestead of the beneficiary.
Thank you. Can we watch that clip again from the beginning all through to the end?
Gavana, Gargani, nazoka na wewe? Kuja tuongee. Ngoja tu tuongee.
Kiangalia hapa hizi.
Tuende pole pole. Wewe watu watoke. Unapata dakika 10 tu peke yake hapa. Watu watoka waende. Mtoke muende.
Naenda.
Mtoke muende. Hapa tunataka kwanza vita. Mtoke muende.
Huyu ananibebea nini?
So, madam, what there is?
Amenibebea nini?
That is the question. Nimeongea na yeye.
So, Madam Governor, this is an official function of the head of the county. Why are the police disrupting your function?
Same leaders. It doesn't specifically mention the leader that understands him, but now the influence from the national leaders led to this.
So were you able to complete your donation on that day?
I was not able to complete because it was stopped. And then when they said that we leave, we tried to explain. After 3 good hours in that vehicle, when people came, surrounded the vehicles, that is the time the officer said that it was a mistaken identity.
Mistaken identity. But isn't the officer calling you by your title when he comes?
Yes, he's calling me Governor Kuja. Governor Kuja.
You actually pleaded with him to allow you to finish.
Kamwambia ngoja nimalize, akasema hapana, we have 10 minutes here, Kuja.
And everyone was dispersed.
Everyone was dispersed.
That was, if I'm not wrong, a day or two before the impeachment. Can you remember the actual date?
I think a day before impeachment.
A day before impeachment.
And that clip is not complete, counsel.
Yes.
I think we've not heard the officer saying as to why he had come to arrest me.
You can tell us because you are present. We may not have the benefit of the full video, but kindly, because it is a first-hand experience, tell us the explanation you got from the officer as to why he was seeking to interrupt your official function.
The officer was the area OCS, and then when people came in big numbers, the other bosses came along, and then he was asked to allow me to go, and then he also apologized before everyone that it was a mistaken identity, and I forgive him.
Thank you. You have been accused of vilifying leaders. We have seen WhatsApp messages, you making certain utterances on WhatsApp groups, and even in 1 or 2 political rallies through the videos that were produced. Number one, have you vilified the leaders in MERU? Have you in any way vilified, demeaned the leaders in MERU?
I have not vilified any leader in MERU.
There was a particular comment you made on Facebook, on WhatsApp group, regarding the deputy governor. And you said, ujinga sita kubali. What were you talking about?
I was talking about him having or gathering young men going around demeaning the governor and calling me a prostitute.
Was that a fair reaction, considering what we have seen? Was it expected of any human being to react and defend herself in the wake of such attacks?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not an angel. You must have feelings.
Thank you. Let us go briefly to the responses, and I believe you have answered to all the allegations in your notice, in your response that you first alluded to. You have answered, confirm that you have answered.
Yes, I have answered.
Satisfactorily to all the charges.
I have answered.
I want us to look at the first count, misappropriation and misuse of county resources. You came here and you also invited at the county assembly to answer to specific allegations, correct?
Yes.
Those specific allegations in respect to embezzlement and misuse of funds are found at 10A and B. Confirm?
Yes.
Embezzlement is A, withdrawal of county funds is B.
Yes.
Those were the only particulars of the allegations that you are invited to respond to.
These are the only particulars.
So then you could not have responded to anything outside what was framed.
I responded to the particulars or the charges.
Let me read to you. Embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, Rose Kinya, Miriam Gwantai, Kenneth Gwantai, Nefat Kenywa, Edwin Morangedi. We will not go into whether they are your relatives or not because we did that in another forum. Was there any table of particulars to indicate how much money Rose Kinya received, when they received them, how they have not accounted in A and B, because that is the only place where we see the particulars. Do you see any particular place where you are told Rose received this much, Miriam received this much, Nefat received this much, Kenneth received this much, Edwin received this much? Do you see that in the particulars?
There is no specific way or amount of money that is allocated to every person that the name appears in this accusation.
What instead they did is to throw a bush of infamous extracts and told you to look at those infamous, identify where Rose is, where Miriam is, Kenneth is, Nefat, Edwin. Is that what they did? Just giving you an infamous extract?
Just an infamous extract, to do it by myself, extract maybe the amount of money for Miriam, for Rose, for Kenneth, for Nefat.
Is there any mention in A and B where the amount of 78 million is mentioned to have been, that you are able to respond specifically to what you are facing?
There is nowhere a figure of 78 million is being indicated in this, as for the Miriam, Rose, Gwantai, and the rest.
Apart again from the infamous extract?
It is only the infamous extract. Nothing else.
You have also seen the basis of their complaint. It is another complaint by Salesio Mutuma, who tables his own computation and files it with EACC. Is that correct?
Salesio Mutuma is an activist. He files a report to EACC, and the county assembly uses the same report that has been taken to the EACC by Salesio to accuse me of embezzlement of county funds. Nothing else apart from the report by Salesio Mutuma.
So then, even as you're making this response, Madam Governor,
it is only out of abundance of caution that you supply the Senate with what you thought was necessary.
Yes.
Did you even have the guide to lead you to where you are supposed to get materials in support of any claim?
No.
None whatsoever.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any audit query or report that was generated by a competent body touching on embezzlement of county funds?
No audit report, no other report apart from an IFMIS report by Saresio Mutuma, an activist, to EACC.
But you have also taken time to explain what you thought the complainants might have been looking for, isn't it?
Yes.
And you have created a schedule that appears in your response. Kindly look at that. Appearing from what page?
105.
105 of our response, the small booklet.
Yes.
So then, the computation you did there, is it conclusive or is it based on what you understood to be the case from the county assembly? Because there were no particulars.
It is not conclusive.
It is not conclusive.
Yes.
The document again that you attached, was there any particular order to which you are preparing those documents, or you are basically looking at the IFMIS extract and giving what you thought was a suitable answer because there was no particular charge or request for you to look at any specific issue?
I tried my best to look at it so that I can give a feedback.
Thank you. So had you been properly guided by the motion, you would have done a better job in giving them very specific answers to specific queries?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us proceed to the other charge of nepotism. First of all, let me ask you about this gentleman called Nefat Kenywa, who has been said to be a brother-in-law to you. Do you know Nefat Kenywa?
No. He's an employee of county government of MERU.
He's an employee of county government of MERU. Is he married to your sister?
None of my sisters are married.
Your sisters are single. So then Nefat cannot be your brother-in-law.
No.
Edwin Mutuma, is he your nephew? Nephew rather to your husband?
No.
You know very well the relatives, or rather siblings to your husband?
I met him around 4-5 months ago.
That is Edwin?
That is Edwin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's not, again...
he's not a relative.
He's not a relative. Your husband, and now that I'm at it, has been accused of vilifying other leaders through a musical performance. There was a video that was played. For the sake of time, I will not ask for it to be played, but you are also present. I want you to look at the lyrics of that song. And even before you look at the lyrics, you were present.
Yes.
That song, to begin with, was sung in the Kiswahili dialect, true?
Yes.
So there was no need for it to be interpreted.
But Council, it's my prayer that we see the song so that I clear myself from that allegation.
Very well. Can we play? I could be guided where that clip is. It was a clip by... As we wait for the song, Madam Governor, we will watch it. But Did your husband make reference to any elected leader?
He did not.
Did he make any reference to any other leader by name?
He did not.
What was the first gentleman saying in his song, to the best of your recollection?
That's
In
why.
fact, we have got the Kiswahili. Just read a few. At page 251 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's document. Very quickly, Madam Governor, I urge you to read. We are pressed for time.
They want, is that from me?
Yes, just read in Swahili.
They want Kawira to come and help them steal.
Kawira is against it, and when Kawira refuses, they dig.
I would love you to read the Kiswahili version. The song was sung in Kiswahili version. That is the translation. Kindly read the Kiswahili version. This is also a Swahili speaking.
Kila siku wanamtafutia makosa, wanataka Kawira awasaidie kuiba. Kawira akakataa, akasema yeye hataki wizi. Wakati alipokataa, wakasema, wakaanza kumshimbia mashimo. Wanataka Kawira akule pesa, nao wanataka Kawira wakule pesa za barabara. Wanataka Kawira akubali wakule pesa ya dawa hospitali. Wanataka Kawira awasaidie kukula mali yetu. Igembe na waeleze ukweli kabisa, mpaka sasa sikilizeni kwa makini. Wanapanga pia kuchukua maisha ya Kawira. Wanapanga sasa mpaka kumuua Kawira. Lakini najua maombi yenu, huyo shetani ameshindwa katika jina la Yesu. Ati walikuwa wanasema tangu ile wakati ya impeachment ya kwanza, Kawira hajawahi kunywa chai kwa mikahawa ya Nairobi. Mara ya mwisho Kawira kunywa chai mikahawa ya Nairobi ni ile wakati ya impeachment. Na hiyo sasa ndio inafanya maadui wake wakasirike kabisa. Eti wanamtaka Kawira kuliko akuje okolea awe akienda Nairobi kule wakunywe nao chai na meza na pesa zenu. Kawira naye amekataa katakata, akasema kazi yake ni mashinani. Wenye wivu wajinyonge. Wenye wivu wajinyonge.
Is there anything demeaning or targeting any leader in those lyrics?
No, nothing. No leader is being targeted or mentioned by name.
Is it true that you're facing a threat to your life, that the first gentleman in a musical performance passed that information?
It is.
Is there anything wrong in that, in your husband coming to your defense when your life is in danger?
He should come and defend the wife.
Thank you. You have been accused of particularly assigning diplomatic duties to your two sisters, unqualified sisters.
Yes.
You have made an explanation to that allegation. Can
Yes.
you point out where that response is?
It's in page 10.
As we peruse through, Mr. Speaker, sir,
Page 15.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I note that my time is up. I'm seeking your indulgence for just 30 more minutes for me to wind up.
You need an extra 30 minutes?
Yes, indeed. Most humbly, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I can proceed.
Thank you. Tell us the response you have offered to the allegation that you assigned your two sisters diplomatic duties.
I was invited courtesy call to embassy in Nairobi, that is Slovakian. While on my way, I was diverted to attend a function at the State House. I can explain without lending.
Yes, kindly proceed.
On my way, I was accompanied by the County Secretary of MERU, my personal assistant, my bodyguard, and my driver. And then on the way, there was an urgent meeting. I decided to attend the meeting first so that I can join the other team later. The county secretary joined or went to the embassy. As I was finishing from the State House, they had already done with the meeting. So I did not assign my sister any duty. It is just because I had traveled with my personal assistant and also the bodyguard to attend the meeting.
Did you later offer an explanation as to who attended that meeting and what was discussed in your Facebook at page 94?
Yes.
You confirm that the person that attended that meeting and presided and had discussions was the county secretary?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us go to the China trip that you have been accused of sending your sisters and relatives to a tour. You got an invitation from a company?
Yes, to China.
To China?
Yes.
Did that company represent itself as having affiliations with the Chinese government, to the best of your understanding?
Yes, at first, the first case, it associated itself with the national or the country of China.
The state of China.
Yes.
You had planned initially to attend that trip. Is that the position?
Yes, I had planned to attend.
But before that, tell us, how often do you travel outside the country as the governor of MERU? How many trips have you had outside the country from the date you were sworn in as the governor?
I've only traveled once.
To which country?
South Korea.
When was that?
Around 6 months ago.
What was the practice when you traveled? How do you travel? Do you travel with your team together? Do they travel in advance? What happened during your last trip to South Korea?
For this specific one, I sent my personal assistant, my bodyguard, and the team in advance. And then I met them there later.
Okay.
Yes.
Why did you send them in advance?
For preparations and also to know exactly what I'm supposed to do and arrange everything before I get there.
Okay. Was that the case with the China trip?
Yes, it was the case.
So who traveled to China and for what purpose did they travel?
Those who traveled to China are 4 people. One is the Waziri for Health.
Yes.
And one is the external leakages acting director, my personal assistant, and my bodyguard.
Did you eventually travel to China?
No, I didn't.
You did not?
Yes.
Why didn't you travel to China?
When my advance team arrived to China, it was contrary to what the Chinese people and the brokers, the message that was given to our office was different, because the private company or the people that came to visit MERU associated themselves with the Chinese government, and upon arrival of my team there, it was contrary to what they said. It was just a private business company interested in investing in MERU.
So the assertion that this was an opportunity for a cancer center to be established in MERU by well-wishers through a private public partnership, is that the position?
Isn't the position. If at all it was a donor donating even a single item, I could be the first one to get there. But it was purely a business company interested in doing business in MERU.
You have read the affidavit of your CCM, George Gekunda.
Yes.
He explains clearly that they even discovered that the people who had invited you did not even have a physical office in China.
Yes, I've read it.
That they took them through various companies that manufacture items.
Yes.
But could not prove that they have any affiliation with any of those companies.
They did not have any.
Was it then safe for you to proceed to China with that information having been availed to you?
To me, it was a waste of time, even though the company was offering full sponsorship. But now, going to China just because of assisting some people to come and do business in MERU, it wasn't a priority to me.
Thank you. You have been questioned why the CEC or yourself did not seek any visa clearance to China. Do you have a Chinese visa?
Yes.
Yes, you do. So there was no need for you then, for the CS to ask for a visa to be provided. You already had one.
No.
Thank you. The deputy governor, has also accused you of arbitrarily relocating his office from next to your office to another block, changing the locks. Let me just read specifically. Number one, he's accusing you of arbitrary reduction, suspension, and withdrawal of budgetary facilitation. Were you in any way involved in reduction and withdrawal of his budgetary facilitation?
No, and I cannot do that. In our office, we have AIU Older, who used to be the chief of staff, and he does, via other officers, facilitation to our travels, facilitation to our offices, and it has been done according to the way I know things.
In fact, yesterday during cross-examination, it was discovered that one Nefat Kenywa received a lot of facilitation on behalf of the deputy governor. Is Nefat Kenywa an administrator in the office of the deputy governor?
Yes, it is the deputy governor himself that suggested that Nefat Kenywa to be the administrator in his office.
Thank you. You have been accused of threatening the deputy governor to inflict bodily harm against the governor. And this is in reference to one of the WhatsApp group that you said, nitafinya kieleweke. You remember that WhatsApp group, WhatsApp post?
Yes.
What were you talking about when you said, nitafinya kieleweke? You were also accused, to combine with that, of mobilizing jeshi ya kumaliza deputy governor. What were you referring to when you said choma jeshi?
Specifically, council. I would like to see where exactly I have referred the kufinya kieleweke or the jeshi to my deputy governor.
So you deny making that particular
The allegation is that it's to the deputy governor.
Yes.
Where exactly have I referred to my deputy governor?
Thank you. Who then were you referring to, or what was the context?
I was referring to the kind of things going around in Meru County, the type of bullying that is going around. Of course, as a leader, you have to respond to some of the issues that goes around. Kufinya kieleweke, what's wrong with that?
Thank you. So you were not making any reference to
I was not making any reference to any particular person.
You have also been accused of forcefully breaking, entering and ransacking
a criminal or the relevant authorities for doing such an act. I've never done that.
Thank you. Arbitrary relocation of the Deputy Governor's office. Is it true that there were reorganizational issues in the office of the governor that saw certain offices moved from one location to the other?
Yes, there was reorganization after we earned a big team of acting chief officers. In MERU, we have 2 blocks, the old block and the new one. And then the old block that has been used by the first governor, Kiraito Moronge, and partly by Honorable His Excellency Peter Munya. And that is where the deputy governor was reallocated to stay.
Thank you. Let us move on to the issue of accusing other leaders of being the 10 cartels in MERU in an event where the head of state was in attendance. Were you referring to the members of parliament? Because that is what was said yesterday.
Council, why would one suggest that I was referring to anyone when I've not mentioned one?
Who were you talking about when you said kuna makatel zaidi ya 10?
There's a certain story in Kimeru, maybe to take 1 minute to explain. One person thieves broke to his home, stole his own goat, and then there was a chief's meeting with everyone in that village. And that old man akaenda amebeba mkuki. Akasema ya kwamba katikati yenu ninaona kuna mtu ambaye ameiba ile mbuzi yangu. Just in 1 minute I will kill that person. Hakujua ni nani. Mtu mmoja akachomoka tu mara moja akaenda. That's when now the man realized who the person was. In my case, when I talked about Makatel, I not mention anyone. I said this county will not be micromanaged by few cartels or 10 cartels and few rich people to assume that MERU is the way they want to paint it bad.
Thank you.
I did not mention anyone.
You did not mention anyone. That's
Yes.
quite important. There are these WhatsApp groups in MERU, County Admin Services, Third Government, 012. Are you the admin of these groups?
I'm not. I was added in that group.
You are added in that
Yes.
group. Is it an official WhatsApp group in MERU?
No, we don't have an official WhatsApp group in Meru County.
Did you at any moment incite or encourage any admin to remove the deputy governor from?
I don't know even the administrator. I was just handed.
Thank you. Did you encourage anyone to demean or insult?
No.
You did not. Thank you. I'll not talk about. Let me ask you this question. It's quite important. It's the issue of sending certain employees of the county on compulsory leave. You remember that issue?
Yes, I remember.
You remember that issue? Number one, are you the one who sent these people on compulsory leave?
I'm not the one.
Who did that?
The county secretary.
County secretary.
Yes.
Are you aware that they were sent on compulsory leave?
I was notified after the county secretary sent them on compulsory leave due to some allegations that were reported to EACC.
So you are not part of the decision to send these people on compulsory leave?
No.
But you made a comment on Facebook about that issue.
Yes.
You confirm that you have appointed certain people to take charge of the revenue board.
Again, the appointment was done, same as the sending of the same or the people on compulsory leave. Mine was to show or for people to know that these people are no longer doing or acting on behalf of MERU County government, and these are the new team that is on board.
Later on, you were subject of court proceedings in a case where these people cited you as a respondent, and subsequently there were contempt of court orders issued. Why were you cited as a respondent in that matter?
By virtue of my office, not even that single matter, but almost in all matters, I'm among the third or the fourth or the seventh respondent by virtue of my office.
So does it point out to any personal responsibility, or it is normal and ordinary for parties to file cases against the office of the governor?
It is normal, especially when it touches the county government of MERU.
Indeed, Madam Governor, when you came to office, you continued defending cases that were filed against the office of the governor for actions that took place even before you got to office?
When I got to office, I met 800 and something cases in court.
Those cases were citing the governor as a respondent?
Yes.
Did they in any way communicate that you personally had a responsibility to the action that offended the person who went to court, or it is by virtue of the office?
In all those cases, there is nowhere where I was directly responsible.
Thank you. Lastly, we have an issue of appointment of the following person. But before I go there, let us talk about the traffic marshals in MERU. You have been accused of creating this office called the traffic marshals without following due process. Did you commit that offense?
I did not appoint anyone for the traffic marshals. That was a pilot project from the Department of Public Service. Just like any other governor or leader, you are mandated or you're supposed to launch a project. But I did not participate in employing any of the traffic marshals.
Did you later seek the approval of the County Public Service Board to create this office?
The county secretary did it.
And those discussions are ongoing?
The discussions are ongoing.
Thank you.
And one council may ask, who then were the drivers of the border? We have the enforcement team and some few others that were piloting or were used to pilot the project. So we've never employed any single person to do that duty.
Thank you. You have been told that you bear the ultimate responsibility even for actions of your CECs, county chief officers, directors, drivers, your chief of staff. What is your understanding of your role as a governor of MERU County?
Of course, to provide leadership counsel, and also, even though in some ways I might be involved where I'm directly giving a direction, maybe via memo, because a government has a way of communication. But in this case, or in all these allegations before me today, none of them that I have alluded my signature, neither given a memo for the accusations that are before me.
Thank you. The very last, we have seen a lot of, and I do not wish to go deep in it, but we have seen the county assembly trying to make a big deal of some payments that were done on one day to Rose, to other members of county government. Is it that these people are being paid for forged interest? Or why is it that there is an indication of many payments done on one day? To the best of your understanding, though you may not have the technical.
In county government, Mr. Speaker and the honorable senators, we receive funds not in one bunch. At times, funds are delayed, and some functions have to continue, like traveling, like meetings, and in most cases, we do or they do using their own money, like traveling, and then when money gets in or lands to our accounts, then they are paid. The issue of paying 10 payments in a day might have been a delay of payments which has not been done for a month or two.
Thank you. When you travel, is money put in your account or it is deposited in the account of your PA, or it's your PA who receives it?
Since I became a governor, none of a single or no single coin has ever been deposited to my account.
How do you travel? Who then receives that money for your facilitation?
The PA.
Thank you.
The administrators.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is all for this witness. I wish to hand her over for cross-examination. Thank you.
County Assembly, you may proceed to do your cross-examination. By way of indication, Counsel for the County Assembly, how much time do you need?
Mr. Speaker, if it finds favor with you, we request 2.5 hours.
You request?
2.5 hours. We only make this request, Mr. Speaker, based on the scope of the issues covered by the witness. They are not issues we can address in a short time. Our main witness, I think, was cross-examined for a similar amount of time. It's only fair for purposes of equality of arms.
Let's try 1.5, and then we'll gauge it from there.
The Honorable Governor Mwangaza, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council.
Would you agree that the cultural structure and values and attitudes of the Mount Kenya community are substantially similar, even though there may be small details of variation?
No.
So it is your case, the culture of the MERU, Embu, and the Gikuyu are vastly different.
Yes.
Are their languages also vastly different, or are they substantially mutually intelligible?
Different.
Are they mutually intelligible?
No.
I put it to you, Kawira, that anyone who lives in this country actually knows there isn't much difference in the cultures, values, and attitudes of those three communities. What do you say to that?
There is difference because, for example, in MERU we have Jorincheke. Do the Kikuyus have Jorincheke?
They have Kiama, and I'm sure you know even the Jorincheke is also called Kiama. It's just a difference of names. Anyway, Governor Kawira Mwangaza is the governor of Embu a man or a woman?
A woman.
To the best of your knowledge, is this woman governor being hounded out by some misogynistic male leadership?
Unless she's here to testify, I cannot testify.
To the best of your knowledge, has the woman governor of Embu been impeached 3 times? Has she faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
I know of one Anne Waiguru who was impeached twice.
Let's stick to Embu for now. Has the governor of Embu faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Nakuru equally as a woman governor, right?
Yes.
It has a huge population of Mount Kenya diaspora. True or untrue?
True.
Has that woman governor in Nakuru faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Kwale as a woman governor, true or false?
True.
The people of Kwale are Bantus, just like the people of Mount Kenya, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Has that woman governor faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Homa Bay, which is a different cultural area, as a woman governor, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Has she faced any impeachment motion in the last 1 year?
No.
As a matter of fact, MERU itself, as an elected woman MCA, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, has that woman MCA in MERU encountered any backlash from a toxic masculinity to hound her out of office?
Several times.
Have you adduced that evidence anywhere in your response?
No, because it was not part and a parcel of my response.
MERU as a woman representative, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
In fact, you yourself were a woman representative of MERU for a whole 5 years.
Yes.
Did anyone try to recall you because you are a woman?
No.
Good. Let's go to, you just told Mr. Speaker, it's more common story in MERU. Tell me whether you know of this story, which is also very common in MERU, of a woman who would beat her husband, then scream, and because the society is socialized to think it is the man beating the woman, and she has locked the house, people would think it is the man who was beating the woman, while the truth was the other way around. Have you ever heard of that story?
No.
Of course, you've never heard of it, because it's not convenient. Let's agree, Governor Kawira, for argument's sake, without conceding, let's agree the MCAs are indeed acting under the influence of external people. Would that mean your sisters never received the monies we allege?
Pardon?
If we temporarily agree for argument's sake that the reason the MCAs have impeached you all these times is because of toxic masculinity and evil motives and malice and whatnot, we want, for argument's sake, in my next series of questions, to work on the assumption that that is true. If
the MCAs are malicious, would that be an answer to why your sisters were receiving monies irregularly from the county?
No.
If the MCAs are intimidated or influenced, would that be an answer to the count on usurpation of statutory functions of the County Public Service Board?
No.
Indeed, Governor Kawira, the motivations of the MCAs, you will agree, are therefore irrelevant as long as there is evidence in support of the charge.
There is no support in the charge.
That's for the Senate to decide, but assuming there is evidence in support of the charge, is it your position the charge would fail because even though there is evidence, the MCAs are driven by an ulterior motive? Is that what you're inviting the Senate to do, assuming the Senate believes you're an innocent victim of evil machinations? Does that undo the evidence against you on the charges?
The charges should have evidence.
If they have the evidence, my question is, would evil intentions on the part of the MCAs undo that evidence? Would the evidence cease to exist because the MCAs are acting maliciously?
No.
The answer is?
No.
No. So you will agree with me, therefore, the case against you should be decided on the evidence, not on the motivations of the MCAs.
Yes, on the evidence.
Thank you very much. That's a very useful answer. Let's go to the complaint by Celesio. Mr. Speaker, that would be from page 1 of volume 2. You just told the Senate that the reason you did not account for the entire 78 million is because the motion only related to your sisters. Is that still your position?
Yes.
Did you read volume 2 as you read the impeachment motion?
Where is the volume?
Did you read the bundle that contains the Assembly's evidence?
The evidence is the IFMIS extract by Celesio.
Correct.
Yes.
In fact, the impeachment motion says the evidence is in the complaint by Celesio. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
It would mean, therefore, the impeachment motion must be read together with the complaint by Celesio. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Can you refer to paragraph 11 of the motion? (11A), can you read it to the Senate?
Yes, I can read.
Read it for us.
87 of 68. Evidence of the governor engagement, convenience, and complicity in the proceeding. 2, gross violation of the Constitution. 3, 2, gross misconduct. 3, gross abuse of office to be found in, accompanied by Duranira Salesio Mutuma to Ethics and Corruption Commission on 11th August 2023.
So you agree you are given sufficient notice that the Assembly will be relying on the complaint by Celesio in the motion itself. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Fair enough.
Incorrect.
We said it's okay, we can live with your answer. But let's go to the complaint by Celestio. Can you go to page 4, volume 2? What does it say? At 2.5?
For volume.
It refers to Kadhure Rukaria Catherine, isn't it?
Yes.
It is therefore correct that you had prior notice. There is a complaint by Celestio regarding payments to this particular person.
Kadhure Rukaria.
Did you or did you not receive this page 4, volume 2, Governor Kawira? Either you did or you did not receive it.
I want to see the charge first because the charge talks about embezzlement of funds by relatives.
Yes, we moved from the charge to the evidence where you already referred to the complaint by Celestio. The complaint has to be read in its entirety.
The author of the IFMIS report, Celestio, in the IFMIS report, we have more than 100 persons who have received funds.
And all these 100 persons are persons working in your office, correct or incorrect?
And these 100 persons are not mentioned in the impeachment.
Fair enough, Governor. Do these 100 persons work in your office? Either they do or they don't.
I'm not aware of everyone who works in my office.
Good. But does page 17 indicate these are transactions by persons who work in your office? At the top of page 17, does it show that these are transactions by persons who work in your office?
Currently, county government of MERU, we have 6,000 employees, and I cannot know every person by name.
Governor, unfortunately, you don't have the luxury of ducking my questions. My question is, does this IFMIS indicate in black and white that these are transactions by persons working in your office?
I don't.
Either it does or it doesn't.
I don't think so.
Can you read the top, the very first item on that page 17?
Yes.
Read it to the Senate.
Vote. These are small ones, I can't see.
I don't mind if your assistant can read for you.
Okay.
She can read for you.
Vote 3562, MERU, Office of the Governor.
You will agree, Madam Governor, the document itself indicates it's about transactions in your office, not another office.
In my office, from July 2022, when I was not the governor of MERU.
Yes, and while you were seated here, we pointed out only 12 transactions lie in the previous regime. All the others have happened when you were the governor, correct or incorrect?
And that's why, Council, you want me to know everyone who, including those who worked in the previous regime, from this document?
You won't get away from this, Madam Governor, by being clever. Can you see page 17? You confirm the transactions begin on 1st July,
yes,
when Kiraitu was the governor,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And it follows like that, 1st July, and when July ends, the next entries are for 20th September 2022. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Correct. You are the governor as at September 2022.
Yes.
It must therefore follow that for all these hundreds of transactions, all of them except the first 12 happened during your tenure as governor of MERU?
Yes.
Good. Let's go back to the complaint by Celestio. At page 4, Celestio talks of withdrawals by Kadure Rukaria Catherine. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And he has analyzed them, and most of them are indicated the payment description is not applicable. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
In your understanding of government accounting and PFM, should public money be expended and the accounting description is not applicable?
Council, I'm not an accountant.
You are the governor, unfortunately, so answer my question.
As the governor of MERU, the way I understand is that after this IFMIS report, if it's a genuine one, of which I doubt, follows an audited report. Before me, if it was an audited report which clears or rectifies any mess that is in IFMIS report, then it could be a question that I could be easily able to answer.
Does the county government have access to IFMIS?
Yes.
In fact, your junior officials have credentials to IFMIS.
Yes.
Therefore, they could easily have just logged in and printed the correct IFMIS if your case is you doubt the authenticity of this one. Correct or incorrect?
I repeat again that IFMIS extract is not the final document.
That's not my question, Madam Governor. The question is, would your CC finance, would your chief officer finance, would your own chief of staff, who is the accounting officer in your office, do all these people have login credentials to IFMIS?
They have.
Good. And therefore, when the assembly asked you to present the IFMIS extract, all your officials needed was to log in, print, submit. Correct or incorrect?
There was a reply by the...
There is a reply. Answer my question. All they needed to do, if there was any reason to doubt the authenticity of this IFMIS, was to log in and print.
Council, do the assembly rely on IFMIS?
Madam Speaker, I ask that the witness answers my question. I don't want to have an altercation with her. I need your protection, Madam Speaker.
Madam Governor, just answer the question, please.
They have the right to print the...
Yes, and therefore you will acknowledge all they needed to put this matter to rest if there was no embezzlement was to log in and print. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
But instead of doing that very simple task, your CEC and your officials, what they did is to manually type their own figures instead of those on the system. Page 105 of your response. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Are you saying the document at page 105 of your response is a system-generated report?
This is generated from my office or from the Salesio?
It is from your office. It is in your response, Madam Governor.
In my response, we are dealing with the IFMIS report by Salesio, the activist, or a report from my office.
If I unpack your own defense for you to answer the question, I don't know, Madam Speaker, who is answering questions. In your defense, you actually rely on the report by Celestio. And in addition, you have brought something you have manually typed which is a parallel document, not the one from IFMIS.
Counsel, you're insisting that she has typed and she's saying they did not. Can you re-ask the question so that she can answer that?
On its face, the document in your defense, is it generated from IFMIS or is it manually typed? Because that should be clear from the face of the document.
This is the summary of IFMIS payment.
It is not an extract from IFMIS, is it or is it not?
It is an extract of the IFMIS.
Does it have a timestamp?
Time what?
And if timestamp?
Yes.
Where is the timestamp? Show it to us.
It has the voucher number, the payee.
I'm not talking about voucher numbers. I'm talking about a timestamp. System-generated report from IFMIS indicate when they were printed, when they were downloaded. They leave a footprint. Who keyed them and when? You will agree, Madam Governor, so that we save time, your document is not system-generated. And that's why I said you typed it. If you refuse to answer the question, I'll proceed and invite the Senate to make whatever conclusions it wants to conclude from that refusal.
Counsel, you can put it to her and proceed.
There?
You can put it to her and proceed.
Madam Governor, I'm putting it to you that you're refusing to answer this question.
I'm not refusing to answer any question.
I put it to you, you're dodging my questions.
Which one particularly?
Whether the report at page 105 of your defense is a system-generated document or a document typed on a desk by someone.
It's a system of a summary of IFMIS payment.
We'll leave it to the Senate to see who to believe on that so that we don't spend all the time on one issue. At page 10 of our volume 2, how much money does Celestio say Catherine Rukaria irregularly withdrew from the vote for the office of the governor? 29, there is a total there. It is how much? Can you read it for the Senate?
Grant total payment made by Catherine Rukaria, 29,018,714.
How much does he give as the total that was withdrawn from your office during this period covered by the IFMIS?
Grant total paid to the county government of MERU.
Yes.
That is 188 million. That is the grant total paid to the county government.
Read the exact figure. What is the exact figure?
88,609,373.
And he says the amount withdrawn by just one Catherine Rukaria is what percentage of the total? It is indicated there in black and white?
15%.
15%.
Yes.
Let's go to lead and gather, same page 10. Again, Celestio has outlined many payments where the description is not applicable. Correct or incorrect on the face of it?
Correct.
Let's go to page 12 that involves your sister. Celestio has again listed all the specific payments to your sister. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And again, most of them, the item description is not applicable. And on the IFMIS, the description is prepayment. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And what is the total amount, this sister of yours?
2,769,000.
Is this amount smaller or bigger than the total amount for the interest you have submitted to the Senate? This amount here of 2,769,000, is it smaller or bigger than the amount you have accounted for?
Let me see the booklet that I have accounted for.
You have only accounted for 2.6 million, Madam Governor, for all the relatives, and yet for just one of them, the amount irregularly disbursed is 2.7 million. I'm putting it to you that the sum of the amount of money you have accounted for all your relatives is actually smaller than the amount paid to just one of them, as per this document.
And as per this document, which is an IFMIS report, the audited report clears any error that is in this report. We have cases in this same report that you are referring to, some of the payments named as hospitality payment, which are hospital supplies rather than hospitality payments. Who will rectify the mess which is still in your evidence booklet named as hospital supplies rather than hospitality supplies?
Governor Kawira, who is responsible for inputting transactions on IFMIS at MERU County?
PFM Act Section 103 gives the responsible person to correct the measures. It establishes the CEC finance is the end and it makes all decisions. And the Public Audit Act 31 spells out the audit process for documents to be tabled before Parliament and Assembly.
So you will agree with me?
So this IFMIS report must go through the audit for us to get a final copy that can be read by this honorable House.
Except that's not the question I asked you, and I agree with you. But you agree the answer to my question is that it is your officials who enter the data in this IFMIS.
Who is right now? Is it our officials or the activists?
Answer my question. Madam Speaker, please.
Councillor, what is your question?
My question is whether it is county officials in MERU who keyed in the data on IFMIS.
Governor?
Yes, it is the county officials for our case.
And therefore you will agree with me, if there is any misrepresentation of hospital as hospitality in IFMIS, the person that should take responsibility for that is your own officials, correct or incorrect?
Correct, and that's why we have another process.
I have received my answer,
audit.
Madam Governor. You have said it's correct. You have given an explanation that the reason your officials and relatives receive all these payments is by way of interest. That's why on IFMIS it is captured as prepayment, isn't it?
Yes.
Are you aware an interest is to be surrendered within 7 days?
Prepayment cancel is money requested for activities not done, and after the activities have been done, the accounting person accounts for every coin before receiving any other money.
Again, you're dodging my question.
Repeat
the question is, isn't an interest supposed to be surrendered and accounted for within 7 days?
Surrender of interest are surrendered within specific days?
My question is very easy. By law, should an imprest be surrendered within 7 days? It's either yes or no. Should an imprest be surrendered and accounted for within 7 days? What's your answer, Madam Governor?
I'm not sure if it's within 7 days.
Fair enough. You will also agree with me, this report covers an entire year, financial year, July to the date, the last date there. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And therefore, if payments made in September last year by way of interest still appear as prepayment, the only conclusion that arises is that those interests were never surrendered and accounted for. It is the only accounting conclusion that ensues, Madam Governor. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect. And the reason is that you cannot receive funds from the Treasury before surrendering everything that you received earlier on.
As a matter of fact, Madam Governor, so that I show you you're a liar, can an officer be given an imprest without accompanying hard cash?
Repeat again.
Is an imprest given with, is an imprest when an officer takes an imprest, aren't they given cash? Isn't that why it is indicated as a prepayment? Because they have been given cash to expend and later account.
It depends whether the
it is yes or no, Madam Governor. Can one be given an imprest without a cash disbursement to them? Would you call that an imprest?
It is a prepayment.
Madam Governor, I put it to you, you can't have it both ways. It is your case that the reason these items appear as imprest on IFMIS is because they were by way of imprest. Isn't that your defense, Madam Governor?
Can you ask clearer? What is it? What question do you want her to answer?
The question, Madam Governor, which I'm putting to you, is that your answer that officers take imprest and then later on, when money is disbursed from Treasury, they are paid. That is why they are paid several, they appears.
What is the question? Are you putting it to her or are you asking?
I'm putting it to her, Madam Speaker, that your answer cannot hold, which you gave in chief, that the reason your relatives have several payments on the same day is because money is paid after the event and after there has been an accumulation. That cannot be correct because an imprest is always supported by hard cash. So it is given on cash basis. So the question of waiting for money does not hold, Madam Governor.
These are prepayments and these are money requested for activities not paid before. And when money arrives to the county government, they are paid. For example, if I'm traveling today from here to a certain destination, we will use our own resources and later surrender the documents for the person concerned to receive the payment.
Let's use your own example, Madam Governor, pause it there. If you travel today on your own money, which will be refunded later, would you be given an imprest for spending your own money?
You will be paid for spending
That's
your
not
own
my question, Madam Governor. You're going on a trip and we all agree it happens every day. On your own money to be refunded later. Are you given an imprest on that occasion when you're traveling on your own pocket to claim later?
You will be given interest if there are some goods you are required to buy on cash. And the amount of money that the council we are discussing is the office of the governor, where there are no projects apart from the usage of money by way of travels and other things like purchase of items in the office of the governor. No projects is done in the office of the governor. How else do we expect the office of the governor to work or to receive money if not by this form?
I did ask you any question,
formula?
Madam Governor, about projects. We are talking.
Councillor, can you?
By this form.
I did ask you any question,
formula?
Madam Governor, about projects. We are talking.
Councillor, can you wrap up on that question? And can you? I think the Senate might be able to appreciate the issue of interests. I request that you move to the next question.
Madam Speaker, my name is MERU, and I have a few questions for the Governor. Madam Governor, we were told by your witness, the CEC for Legal and Public Service Management, that the originals of the surrender documents are with the auditors. Is that your position?
Yes.
And he told us that the originals that are with the auditors are signed. Is that your position?
Yes.
So if the originals are with the auditors and they are signed, where did you get these surrender documents that are not signed?
Council, what happens after you surrender the interest? When you surrender the surrender of the interest, you have a voucher that is in your documents attached to your files, signed, verified, and examined by an examiner. I think those are the documents you have. Are they examined and verified?
No, the documents we have are not examined or signed by the Director of Accounts or by the Chief Officer of Finance. And if your testimony or your evidence is that the originals are signed and they are with the auditors, where did you get these copies that are not signed? Can you have two documents, one which is signed, the original, and another document that is not signed with respect to the same transaction?
Of course, every person has to keep a record of what maybe you might be asked to give and give it out.
So you would agree with me then that the documents you provided here are not a proper record or representation of the documents that are with the auditors?
And that's why we have...
No, it's a yes, no question. Would you agree with me then that the documents that you've provided here, because they are not signed, and the ones that are with the auditors, the originals, are signed, then these documents, obviously, are not a proper representation or copies of the documents you submitted to the auditors?
They are the same documents submitted to the auditors.
Madam Speaker, I think at this point I'll invite the Senate to make the necessary conclusion. Governor, you can turn with me to page 295 of our volume 2.
And my first question, Governor, is whose responsibility is it by law to appoint chief officers? Is it your responsibility to appoint chief officers?
No.
By law, whose responsibility is it to appoint chief officers?
Public Service Board.
Governor, maybe I can clarify there that the position of the law, if you check section 45 of the County Governments Act, is that the governor appoints chief officers on recommendation of the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
The County Public Service Board advertises.
Yes.
they shortlist,
Yes.
they interview,
Yes.
then they submit names. And in fact, in your case, they submitted 3 names for every department
Yes.
to the governor for formal appointment. is the head of public service,
Yeah.
and is the county secretary?
The county secretary.
Okay. So, Governor, you're telling this honorable house that as governor,
You can delegate your statutory authority to appoint the chief officers,
Just a moment, Madam Speaker. I want to show you, you can turn to our volume 3, or maybe I can just show you our volume 3. It's a small bundle with a green cover. The appointment of county chief officers. Governor, you will agree with me on 45, section 45, it reads as follows, that whenever a vacancy arises in the office of the county chief officer, the respective governor shall within 14 days nominate qualified and experienced county chief officers from among persons competitively sourced and recommended by the County Public Service Board, and with the approval of the County Assembly, appoint county chief officers. You agree? That is the law. That is the law, Governor. You agree?
Council, I agree.
Very well, very well, very well, Madam Governor. So, have you presented a valid authority before this House to show that you could validly delegate your authority to the County Secretary to appoint this chief officer on your behalf?
The acting chief.
Is there an authority? Is there an authority, Madam Governor?
Council,
from your documents.
Let me explain, Council.
Is there an authority? Yes or no?
These acting
Madam
chief
Governor, is there an authority?
Are
Madam
directors
Governor,
in the same
they want
office.
a yes or no answer. Just answer whether you.
No one has
delegated
been
us.
sourced from outside.
These are directors at acting capacity awaiting
I think, Madam
substantive
Speaker,
recruitment.
I leave the Senate to draw a conclusion on that question. Madam Governor, you can turn with me to page 68 of our volume 2. And for purposes of clarity, in your exam in chief, you stated that you did not travel to China, correct?
Yes.
You never traveled to China.
I have.
Did you seek clearance to travel to China?
Yes.
You sought clearance?
Yes.
But you never traveled?
Yes.
Okay. The document on page 68 says, and the question is, the persons in the letter that is signed by the county secretary makes reference to, following the invitation of the governor of Meru County, the following technical team. The wording is technical team, correct?
Yes.
And turn with me to page 86. In that letter, you can see your name listed there as part of the persons who were supposed to travel to China, correct?
Yes.
Though you never did.
I never did.
So, because, Madam Governor, your defense is that your relatives traveled as part of an advance team, yet in the letter of 5th June 2023, we see that you tried to obtain clearance on the same day. Were they traveling as part of an advance team of another team that was to come if you are in the same letter with them seeking clearance? Is that defense consistent with what we see on page 86?
Yes, it is.
Fair enough. And at page 87, Madam Governor, we see a Mr. Nefat Kenyu Meme, whose title is designated as Director External Linkages, correct?
Yes.
And in your testimony, you say that he was an office administrator in the office of the governor.
Yes, and later moved to act in the external leakages.
And later moved to?
External leakages acting director.
Okay. Was he competitively recruited by the board in order for him to act? Okay, not competitively recruited. Let me rephrase, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Was he formally appointed by the board, County Public Service Board, in order for him to act as a director external linkages? Was he?
He was an
Yes or no?
He was an employee of county government.
Was he appointed formally by the County Public Service Board in that acting capacity? Was he?
By the county public service board?
Yes.
No.
He was not.
But by the county secretary.
By the county secretary?
Yes.
And in that advisory that I just showed you in our bundle, in that advisory by the County Public Service Board, it says that all appointments, whether acting or substantive, in all levels of the county public service are the exclusive responsibility, statutory responsibility of the County Public Service Board. Is that not a violation of the law, Madam Governor?
It depends with the county secretary.
Does it depend on the county secretary or what the law says? Is it a matter of discretion? Or it is a matter of about compliance with what the law says?
The county secretary council cannot do this minus any law guiding him to do this.
So what is the law then that supports your position?
That's why I want some 2 minutes to get exactly why the county secretary has power to have a director to act for some few months awaiting substantive recruitment of a chief officer.
Again, Madam Speaker, I leave the Senate to draw the necessary conclusion. In the interest of time, Madam Speaker. Madam Governor, I'll refer you to the screenshots from pages 149 of our volume 2. In your defense, you state that you're the foremost peacemaker in Meru County, correct?
Yes.
In your defense is that you're the foremost peacemaker in Meru County, correct?
I'm the
foremost peacemaker.
Yes, yes, yes.
The timestamp appearing on the screen grab at page 149 is on 20th of May, 2023, at the top, correct?
Yes.
Long before the impeachment motion was tabled?
It depends.
Between May and October 16th, how many months? Roughly 4 months, actually.
Yes.
Correct? And before May 20th is before the videos you played here of the parties withdrawing your support from you. Correct?
Yes.
And on this page, Madam Governor, we see your Chief of Staff removing, the screenshots are provided by the Deputy Governor for your information. Your Chief of Staff removed him from this WhatsApp group. You will agree? At least you were a member of that group. You saw that, correct?
I'm a member.
Who are the other members of the group?
So many, I don't know the number, but so many members.
Including members of the public?
Yes.
As per your defense. And at pages 155 in the other group, you can turn with me to 155. We also see that the Honorable Mutia, Chief Officer, removed the Deputy Governor from this group, which is on May 27th, correct?
Yes.
And in the interest of time, I'll refer you to page 160. This is a screen grab of your message about Kuchoma Jeshi that you are referred to by your counsel, correct?
Yes.
And your most disturbing message on page 163, a transcript of which, Madam Speaker, is on page 446 of our volume 2, correct? Madam Governor, where you say, and DG mobilized fuel levy.
Yes.
Can you read that aloud, that message?
Yes, I can see the message.
I want you to read it aloud.
I can see it's Kitabun Kanata was copy pasted again.
Oh, turn to page 163 where it's Governor Mwangaza. Page 163.
Where is Governor Mwangaza here?
On the top. That is your message, Governor.
Okay. And the DG mobilized fuel levy.
Okay.
I continue?
Yes, continue.
Pamwe pagashwa uria pakamia mbira ya mbokando ukabaigwa.
Okay. What did you mean, Governor, by those words?
I meant that the DG mobilized fuel levy.
Okay.
as you saw in the clip.
I did not see, but go on.
As we saw in the...
No, just proceed, Governor. I'm not a witness.
Then I said, some will try to see things easy, according to the proverb, and they will get hard way.
They will?
They will get hard way.
Madam Speaker, the correct translation is on page 446. I don't want to spend much time on it, because it seems the governor will not as
It's a proverb. In the real sense, how do you have Birembo?
No harm, Madam Governor, no harm. And this was way before that video by the DG. That was way before.
No.
When was this message written?
It was after.
You see, Madam Governor, we can follow through all the way from May 20th to May 27th, correct? When the DG was removed from the group. And the video that you played here by the DG was on 20th September.
And this WhatsApp group, you get a message and then you repost again using the same message.
So are you saying you reposted this message after 20th September?
Not myself, but the person who is Kinoti Nkanata.
No, but Madam Governor, it is your message. I'm not concerned with the message by Getobu Nkanata. I'm talking about your message. I'm talking about your message. So after 20th September, you still reposted this message, despite having it posted it before.
Yes, it was after the verification by the deputy.
You have posted this message twice. That is what you're saying. You cannot have it both ways, Madam Governor.
After the verification.
And Madam Governor, turn to page 170, where you make reference to the DG. Please read the message aloud. They want him to recover what?
Yeah. They want him to recover what? Mtosho invested every kuweka jina kwa ballot paper is investment worth CEC finance surely, and ungratefulness is a curse. Results coming up.
Governor, I will tell you, so that I move away from that issue, that the message at page 174, where you malign your deputy, the message at 176.
What about this one that I've just read?
And the message at 179 are all inconsistent with your theme that you are the foremost peacemaker in Meru County. True or correct? True or false?
False.
Okay, let us move. Madam Speaker, at this point I'll request the Secretary to play video in support of Country video number 3A.
Secretariat, you got it? Which one, Council?
3A.
3A. Please play it,
yes.
3A. What's happening?
Madam Speaker, maybe can my time stop running as we prepare?
Technical staff, what's happening? Did you say 3A?
3A, 3A, Madam Speaker.
Is there a problem with 3A? Council, are you able to go to another question as they prepare? Or
Madam Speaker, at this point, I wanted the
process?
videos to be played in quick
Okay.
succession,
Okay.
in the interest of time, so that I ask the questions that all the 4 videos have been played.
Who submitted that video? Is it a flash disk?
Yes, we submitted 3 flash disks
It is by a county assembly or
by the County Assembly, Madam Speaker.
the clip by county assembly?
Yes, in our videos. Our video
And
number.
it is in which flash disk?
It is, I don't remember the model, but it is.
The team county assembly, can you kindly assist? 3A.
Yes, it is video number 3A. Video, the folder is videos in support of count 3, and it is 3A inside the folder.
Okay, technical team, are you able to get that?
kuthithia ientukire ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baiteni thairwa iri national kiri na toba bingi nationally gentukira mutuma kuthithia ientukire ntenda kuga kinya no tuimbije baiteni thairwa iri national kiri na toba bingi nationally mutuma ga kumira thani ira kurira bwana Peter.
Madam Speaker, I request that video number 3 be played.
Is that the one?
That is 3A, yes. I want 3B to be played. I want all of them to be played. Then I can pose the questions.
Okay, team, any other?
3B.
3B, do you have 3B? Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I request that video number 3C be played.
Say that again.
I request that video number 3C be played because I'm strained for time.
Number C.
Yes, number C now.
Okay, move on to C.
Kaende kabati. Na tunasema hivi tukiwa na mahaslas wenzangu ya kwamba Meru County haitatekwa nyara na makatero 10 ambao wanafikiria watu 10 viongozi ambao wanalipa mshahara wa 1 million ama 500 and above hawawezi kumake decision ya kwamba Meru iko katika shimo, whereas we know shida yao ni yao wenyewe binafsi tumbo sana. Tunakuomba ufungue Meru siku ya leo, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Madam Speaker, we can move to video number 3D. 3D.
3D.
Yes, the final one.
Proceed.
Yanare antithirire tie mweri ju mwegi tene achoka meri etano etazira tuona kakovia kaire Saitani ashindwe Mwana na tora koreria ko Romero mwakare Onge mwakoro Ongare are Mwezi onda yambugivia Banchuria ndare la meto bijazira mukama tioka boya kyambamba akakobya umageta pena kyangala kengena kyo bakaije kama koroga Mulungu abalinga 20-0 na ndiba okanebeje tuekuja tuteku ayekedere ndare akakobya kakana patato makiria roda indi da dirigare kuyo batoera na tulienda 2027 ngogeche mtu chialie
As I answer your question, Council.
Is it possible? It's a yes no question, Madam Governor.
Out of the 600 vehicles we have in Meru, is Governor supposed to verify work tickets for every vehicle?
No, and money is paid, which you call impressed. It is used in February, and you've used one work ticket 17 times. And my question is, do you intend that work ticket be used to justify the payments that you made to your sisters? Yes or no?
I'm not aware of the work ticket.
You're not aware?
Photocopied for the purpose of this impeachment.
It has been photocopied. Very well. Madam Speaker, I believe 6 minutes. I will yield them to my colleague, Mr. Muriuki.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Senators, my name is Muriuki. And I shall continue from where my colleague has left. And to save on time, I will refer to page 409 of our volume 2. Page 409 of volume 2. Are you there?
Yes.
Confirm that that is the official county Facebook page.
Yes.
Confirm that the post made therein is dated 4th of March.
Yes.
confirm that it is opposed regarding the traffic marshals?
Yes.
I will also ask you to look at page 411 of volume 2. Confirm that that is your Facebook page?
Yes.
And you're talking about the traffic marshals?
Yes.
On page 392 of volume 2 still, volume 2, you're there? 392 of volume 2. The board, the County Public Service Board, page 392. Please save my time. I don't have much of it. 392 of volume 2. Are you there?
Yes.
The board has not employed any traffic marshals in the county public service.
Yes.
That is the item numbered 1.
It has not employed.
That is page 392. Can you see the item numbered 1?
Yes.
We see on page 409 and page 411, you appointing the traffic marshals and the board denying that appointment on page 392. That is correct, right?
Yes. But you've not appointed.
Thank you. Now, I will refer you to our volume 4, page 150. Our volume 4, kindly. Volume 4, page 150.
Council, you'll have to hurry up. You hardly have any minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to beg your indulgence, remembering that the Secretariat took quite a number of minutes trying to get the video. So I humbly request that you accord me just 5 more minutes and I'll be done.
Council, I'll accord you 3 minutes to make up. You might also want to expedite when you are guiding.
Page 150, volume 4. On the 3rd paragraph, you will confirm that that is an extract of the Hansard of the MERU County Assembly. Honorable senators can also confirm. And you will confirm, Governor, that your advocate on record for that day admitted that you appointed the traffic marshals since they were in your manifesto. That is the 3rd paragraph. I have underlined the relevant parts. Can you please read for us the underlined part?
The voters in MERU accepted the manifesto of Border Border. The marshals were part of the manifesto that was sold to the voters in MERU. They elected the governor based on that manifesto. Did not elect the others who did not mention border borders. A mandate is derived from the manifesto, and that is why a manifesto as an independent candidate.
Thank you. I think that makes my point. The very next page, that is 152, the one after the next page. Confirm that on that page, through your counsel on record on that day, you admit that you have not assigned any duties to your deputy, and therefore your deputy should not be paying any bills or asking for any budgetary allocation.
On the day naming, where?
The deputy governor is paying his bills. He has been assigned duties. He has not been assigned duties by the governor. How is he
paying? To do which duties? Which bills is he paying? Because we have four types of bills.
Thank you, thank you. Which duties has he been assigned? That is what your counsel on record asked. My final question, I will refer you to page 339 of our volume 2.
Council, please wind up.
Final question, Madam Speaker. 339, volume 2.
Council, your time is up.
My final question, I was waiting for the governor to get the page, Madam Speaker. On that page, who has made that post?
It is I.
Owning the changes in the saga, that is the liquor board, the revenue board, and the liquor board and the revenue board, more specifically, correct?
Press release.
Thank you. From you. Therefore, Madam Governor, you cannot run away from the letters on page 336, 337, and 338 of the same volume, which sends these officers on compulsory leave with full payment that you have already owned in your own press release. Am I right?
You are not right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm done.
As the team for County Assembly prepares for re-examination, and we will be strict with time, Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make on the address to Parliament by His Excellency the President, pursuant to Article 132(1)(b) and (c) of the Constitution. Honorable Senators, as you may recall, on a sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, 2nd November 2023, I communicated of a request by His Excellency the President to deliver his inaugural address to Parliament in accordance with Article 132(1)(b) and (c) of the Constitution. This is therefore to remind you that His Excellency the President will deliver his inaugural State of the Nation address to Parliament during a joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament tomorrow, Thursday, 9th November 2023 at 2:30 p.m. in the National Assembly Chamber. Honorable members, to ensure a smooth flow of motor traffic and to ensure that preparations towards facilitation of this event are well carried out, parking for members of Parliament has been reserved at Comesa parking lot in KICC and the parking lot next to the County House on Parliament Road. All vehicles parked around main Parliament buildings, that's the rear gate, canteen area, parliamentary courtyard, and at the Senate parking should be removed by close of business today, Wednesday, 8th November 2023. Your cooperation on this matter is highly appreciated. I thank you. Now, to the County Assembly team, you have 20 minutes for re-examination. If you take 15, we will be grateful.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will do it in less than 15 minutes. Let us begin from where you have left on the Facebook post regarding the changes in the liquor board. You have been told that you bear the responsibility of sending those individuals for compulsory leave because of your Facebook post. Are you looking at your Facebook post? You have the page with you?
Yes.
Madam Governor, why did you make that post? Is it because you had been part and parcel of the process of sending the employees on compulsory leave?
No.
Why did you make that post confirming the changes that had occurred?
I was notified that pending investigation by EACC, the county secretary and sent on compulsory leave the people mentioned here, and upon receiving the communication, they also say that they have appointed substantive, or they have appointed some people to hold the office pending investigations. So I posted, and you can see clearly that it's a press release that was given by the county secretary for me to release.
So your simple answer is that you communicated that which that had been done by the county secretary?
Yes, and this is the former county secretary that was there in the secretary regime.
Confirm to us that this was barely a week after you were sworn in office?
Yes, barely a week.
Did you have any particular reason to have any grudges to send these individuals for compulsory leave?
No, they had issues with investigation according to the county secretary.
Thank you. A lot of Ulabalu has been advanced in respect of what is said to be appointment of officers in an acting capacity. To the best of your knowledge, the letter that you have been shown at page 335, is it a letter of appointment?
No.
What is it?
Advisory on transfers and appointments.
Confirm to us that that advisory is from the County Public Service Board to chief officers, not to the governor.
It is from County Public Service Board to Acting Chief Officer, MERU Public Service Board, and to chief officers.
Chief officers?
Yes.
So the advisory is targeting chief officers.
Yes.
I want you to read I want you to try and read the first paragraph of that letter so that we understand the import of the advisory.
Reference is made to a memo, reference CGM/CS/IM/3/3 286 of 6th December 2022. 2022.
Yeah, continue.
This advisory is to emphasize the message by the county secretary that the arbitrary transfers without due consultation with the CS office is discouraged at all times.
So then it is pursuant to a previous advisory by the county secretary.
Yes.
Targeting chief officers.
Targeting chief officers.
Proceed.
CS office is discouraged at all times. Transfers and deployment should not be done as a form of reprimand. Staff transfer should address issues such as staff service balance, leave, and staff development, among other positive reasons, as guided by Section 43.
Thank you. Thank you. So then, it cannot be said that that advisory was targeting the governor or the county secretary, because the advisory was from the county secretary himself.
Yes, I can see it is from the acting CEC, MERU County Public Service Board County Secretary, acting as county secretary, to all chief officers.
Thank you. So it is chief officers who are discouraged from those kind of deployments without consultation with the county secretary.
Yes.
So that cannot bar the county secretary from exercising his right.
Yes.
Thank you. We have also been told that the letter appearing at page 295, quickly let us look at that letter. Is a letter of employment. To the best of your understanding, what is the title of that letter?
Redeployment.
Redeployment. What is your understanding of redeployment?
Redeployment is taking one person from one department maybe to another one, or from one duty to another one.
Is employment done for many persons in one letter, or it is done individually, if it were really an employment?
This is done for so many people in one letter.
In one letter.
Yes.
Is any of those people a new person that is not yet working with the county government of Meru?
All these have been working since even 2016, 2015 as directors and other senior officers in the government of Meru.
Is there anywhere where the salaries or remuneration of those persons is mentioned?
There is nowhere that is mentioned.
Normally, a letter of employment would have their salaries.
Yes, it should indicate.
It would also have the terms of reference.
Yes.
Does that appear anywhere in that?
It doesn't appear.
It doesn't appear.
Yes.
So in your evidence, does that amount to employment?
It doesn't amount to employment.
Is there anything that bars the county secretary from making changes within inter-departments within the county
Nothing
government?
bars the county secretary from doing redeployment.
Thank you. You have been referred to what is now being said to be monies that were not accounted for. And by that, council took you to page 13 of their documents to indicate that monies appearing in the infamy system were not accounted for. Page 2, page 13, and the total amount is said to be 2.7 million that were allegedly paid to Rose Kinyua Wantai.
Yes.
That is the line of cross-examination. Confirm to us that this document that appears from page 1 all through to page 16 does not portray the IFMIS extract, but a mere complaint by one Salesio Mutuma.
This is a mere complaint by Duranera Salesio Mutuma.
The table that bears the total of 2.7 is not from the IFMIS extract, isn't it?
It is not from the IFMIS extract.
Thank you. When you look at the charges that you faced, was there anywhere where any specific amount was mentioned that was received by any of the people termed as your relatives that you are supposed to explain why they received such monies? Specifically, figures.
No specific figure.
Thank you. That will be all for this witness, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now move on. And
perhaps I can ask just one more question with your leave,
Okay.
Madam Speaker. Thank you. So, Governor, then, what would you plead the Senate to do, having heard the case from the County Assembly, having given your evidence? What is it that you ask this Honorable House to do for you?
Madam Speaker, humbly I would request this Honorable House, a constitutional house, to see, as we have heard all the allegations that are labeled before me, I'm appearing as third, fourth, fifth party in all these accusations. It is my humble request that as you sit as judges, I'm forced to answer allegations that are done or some issues that are not directly involving the governor of MERU. In these allegations, there is nowhere, Honorable Madam Speaker, that I have signed any document nor delegated anyone to any person via the allegations tabled today before this Honorable Senate. Madam Speaker, today I don't count it as an unfortunate day for me because at least the whole world have known the truth. I urge this Honorable Senate, honorable members, as you sit today, to consider and give justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that will be the close of our case.
Thank you, Council. We now move on to the clarifications by senators, and I request that strictly we adhere to the 2 minutes so that we give as many senators opportunity. Maximum 2 minutes, and we begin with the Senator Sigei. This session will end at 7:50, as I had said earlier. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes. Senator Sigei, when you're done, please approach the bench.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm troubled with three things. I'll ask three clarifications, and this one is to the Council for the Governor, alias Mutuma. Number one, I want to get your response, in particular to the allegation with regards to a gentleman by the name Nefat